This first story is very popular among my family and my close friends, and every single time we talk about it, it sends a cold shiver down everyone's spine. The main person in this story is Amanda. At the time this happened, she was dating my brother. They had only been together for a few months, so they were not ready to make the big decision to move in together. Amanda was actively looking for her very first apartment because she was finally ready to move out of her parents' house. Since rent was extremely high and she was on a tight budget, she decided her best option was to find a roommate online. She went onto Craigslist, which was a very common place to search for housing in that area, especially for young professionals. After scrolling for a while, she found an ad titled "Roommate Wanted, Females Only." This seemed perfect to her. The listing was for a room in a beautiful house for only $225 a month, which was incredibly cheap compared to other places. The occupant described herself as a 23-year-old college student who was not comfortable living with males. The new roommate would have their own room and an attached bathroom. Amanda was completely into this place. The only strange thing was that the listing had only a single photo taken from the outside of the house. But she did not think much of it. She sent an email wanting to tour the house. Within 30 minutes, she got an email back with the details. The girl worked late, so she asked Amanda to stop by at 8 o'clock in the evening. When Amanda arrived, the sun had already gone down. She walked up to the front entrance and noticed a handwritten note taped to the door. The note read, "Door broken, please use back door." She shrugged it off, thinking it was just a temporary issue, and walked around the side of the house. The property looked a bit unkempt, with tall grass, weeds, and dusty windows, but she did not feel any major alarm bells yet. She knocked on the back door, and after a few moments, an older man opened it. Amanda immediately froze, thinking she had the wrong house. But the man smiled, reassured her, and said she was at the right place. He claimed the occupant was out because she had to work late, and since he was the landlord, the girl had asked him to show Amanda around. He seemed pleasant enough, so Amanda stepped inside, but her internal alarms were starting to go off. First of all, the man was clearly in his late 40s, completely unshaven, and looked like he lived in his car. Another weird thing was that only the kitchen light was turned on. The rest of the house was completely dark. As they walked around, Amanda noticed a massive red flag. There was absolutely no furniture in the house, no couches, no tables, nothing. The landlord was polite when answering questions, but he seemed highly irritable about keeping the lights on. He rushed her from room to room, only letting her look for a few moments. There was one specific door that he refused to open, telling her it was the occupant's private room, and he did not want to invade her privacy. As they walked into the living room, she noticed the front door, which the note claimed was broken, had a thick wooden plank nailed flat across the frame. It was boarded shut from the inside. At this point, Amanda was terrified and wanted to leave immediately. She tried to remain polite, thanking him for the showing and saying she would let him know. But as she started heading toward the exit, the man suddenly perked up. He looked at her and said he completely forgot to show her the basement. He claimed it was recently furnished and would make a perfect recreation room for her. And she absolutely had to see it. They were standing in a narrow hallway between the living room and the kitchen, and right there was the basement door. The man opened the door. It opened outward, which physically blocked Amanda's path, creating a tight barrier between her and the back door she had entered through. The staircase leading down was pitch black. The man looked at her, smiled, gestured toward the darkness, and said, "Ladies first." It was a terrifying moment, and what happened next was pure luck. Just as she was trying to figure out how to escape, her phone vibrated in her hand. It was a text message, but at that exact moment, she heard a car pull up and park out in front of the house. Thinking quickly, Amanda pretended her phone was ringing. She put it to her ear and pretended to answer a call, loudly saying that she was glad they had arrived, and telling the fictional caller that she would come right out to the front and let them in. She acted completely natural, slid past the landlord before he could react, and walked quickly out the back door. The man just stared at her with a deeply confused expression. Once outside, she sprinted to her car, locked the doors, and sped away as fast as she could. When she got home, she told her mother and my brother everything. They immediately called the police, and officers went to investigate. They found that the Craigslist post had already been completely deleted, but what they discovered at the house was truly horrifying. It turned out that the house had actually been foreclosed over 6 months prior, and the entire property was abandoned. The man Amanda met was a squatter. When the police searched the locked bedroom, they found a pile of dirty blankets, rotten food, and empty water jugs scattered on the floor. Even worse, the man had covered the walls with ripped-up pages from explicit magazines. But the most disturbing discovery was down in the basement. When the officers walked down the stairs, they found that the man had tied a very thin piece of fishing twine tightly across the stairs at shin level, about halfway down. In the dark, anyone walking down would have tripped and fallen. At the bottom of the stairs, the basement was empty, except for another pile of dirty blankets, a long broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with several rolls of tape. It was clear that if Amanda had gone down those stairs, she would have tripped, fallen in the dark, and been trapped down there with him. The second story took place during a hot summer when I was only 14 years old. At that age, I was absolutely obsessed with playing hockey, and I was desperately looking to buy some goalie equipment. Since I did not have a job, I had no money of my own. My only option was to find the cheapest possible deal, and I really did not care what kind of condition the gear was in. One night, I was staying up late looking on Craigslist when I came across an ad that seemed like an absolute steal. The pictures showed the leg pads, blocker, glove, and stick. They were all in visibly good condition, and the seller was only asking for $50. That was an insane deal. I immediately texted the number in the ad. The seller asked me a few questions, including how old I was. I responded that I was 14, and he told me he was glad to hear that I was dedicated to the sport at such a young age. At the time, it did not seem weird to me, but looking back, I should have been much wiser. I asked the seller for his address so my parents could drive me to pick up the gear, but instead, he asked me what town I was from and suggested meeting somewhere within walking distance of my house. I did not know how I felt about this, but I really wanted that equipment, so I agreed. We decided to meet in the parking lot of the mall, which was literally down the block from my house. I stood alone in the exact spot I described for a few minutes until I heard someone toot their horn. I noticed a white van parked far away from all the other cars, and then I received a text saying that he was in the white van. I replied telling him to come out with the equipment, but he texted back saying it would be much easier to just do the transaction inside the van. I had a really bad feeling about this and decided to get out of there. I turned and ran down the block. When I looked back, I saw the white van driving down the street right behind me. To make things worse, I could see that there was someone in the passenger seat as well. I did not want to lead them to my house, so I cut into a random person's backyard and hopped over the fence. I was on the opposite side of the block now, hiding behind a thick bush. Within 20 seconds, the white van passed by and turned the next corner, vanishing from sight. It was safe to run back to my house now. My parents completely flipped when I told them. I did not get the tag number or a good look at their faces, so all they could report was a suspicious white van. The Craigslist ad was already taken down, so I could not show it to them. I thought it was over, but that night, I heard a vehicle engine idling outside. I looked out my window and saw the white van sitting across the street. But as soon as I looked out, the van drove off down the road. I have not seen it since, but it makes me paranoid to this day. The third story involves a person who was trying to sell a dining room set on Craigslist. I listed the set for $1,200, but I put the words, "slightly negotiable," in the title. It was a really beautiful set, but because I lived in a rural country area, I was not getting any offers. Finally, I received a call. The man on the other end had an incredibly shaky voice and sounded a bit off, but I could not really explain why. He wanted to check out the set to make an offer, so I gave him my address, and he said he would be over within the hour. I dusted off the furniture to make it look as nice as possible. To my shock, the doorbell rang within 10 minutes. He must have lived incredibly close, which was very surprising for my area. I opened the door and immediately felt uncomfortable about letting him inside. He was wearing a white undershirt with yellow stains all over it. His pants were way too baggy with several tears. His gray mustache was stained brown in the middle, and his hair was a complete mess. He looked basically everything you should not look in public. He greeted me with a shaky hello. I invited him in, and he immediately caught a glimpse of the dining room set. He began walking around it really slowly, making weird sounds and feeling every inch of the furniture. I was very weirded out watching this and decided to bring up the price. I reminded him that my asking price was $1,200. The man stopped, looked up, and gave me the most unnerving smile I had ever seen. He asked if I would take $500. I laughed a bit, thinking he was joking. But when his smile turned to an angry expression, I knew he was serious. I told him that was too low, and the lowest I would go was $1,000. The man started acting even weirder. He put his hands to his head and started making strange noises, pacing back and forth. He looked at me with pure anger and hatred. I realized he was not right in the head, and I needed him out. I apologized and thanked him for coming, showing him it was time to leave. But he did not move. He gave me a stare of pure malice. The man was much bigger than me, and I did not think I could take him in a fight. Suddenly, his hand moved to his back pocket. I assumed he was reaching for a gun. I ran upstairs to my bedroom, grabbed my .45 gun from the closet, loaded it, and took cover. The house was silent. I locked my door, hid behind my bed, and called the police. It felt like hours before they arrived. I stayed put until I heard them enter. I left my room with my hands raised. They had me wait outside while they searched. After 5 minutes, they walked out with the man in handcuffs. They told me he was hiding in my pantry closet with a loaded gun. The look he gave me from the police car still haunts me. I am still thinking about moving because of the constant paranoia. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Back in the year 2014, my life was in a bit of a transition phase, mostly because of a really stupid mistake I had made. I had recently been charged with a DUI, which meant I lost my driver's license for a solid 12 months. It was an incredibly frustrating and sobering experience, but I had no one to blame but myself. Since I could not drive, I found myself relying heavily on a relatively new app at the time called Uber. It was my lifeline for getting to work, buying groceries, and occasionally going out on weekends. In my town, there was this popular nightclub and bar where my friends and I would always gather. On most weekends, we would head out there to unwind. If we were lucky, one of us would act as the designated driver, but more often than not, we would just end up catching an Uber back home. On this particular night, however, things did not go according to our usual plan. I had arrived at the club with my friends, but by the time midnight rolled around, I started feeling pretty unwell. My stomach was upset, and the loud music and flashing lights were just making me feel worse. I decided to head home early, leaving my friends behind to keep partying. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning when I walked out of the club. The air outside was absolutely freezing, the kind of deep winter cold that bites right through your jacket and makes your teeth chatter. Walking home was completely out of the question because I lived several miles away. I pulled out my phone with shivering fingers and opened up the Uber app to request a ride. Almost immediately, a driver named Alex popped up on my screen. He was only about 2 miles away, which meant I wouldn't have to wait long in the freezing cold. I tapped on his profile to check his details, and I have to admit, his picture made me feel a little uneasy. He looked older, maybe in his late 50s, and he had this very stern, unsmiling expression. He wore a black beanie cap pulled low over his forehead, and he had a thick, grayish goatee. He looked pretty creepy, but I brushed the feeling off. I told myself I was just being paranoid because I was tired and sick. Besides, the app showed he drove a Chevy Malibu, which sounded like a decent, reliable car. I requested the ride and stood on the sidewalk to wait. To stay out of the biting wind, I sat down on a concrete bench right next to the club's entrance. The bouncer was standing right beside me, completely still like a stone statue with his hands folded in front of him. We didn't talk, both of us just staring out into the dark, quiet street. About 5 minutes later, a silver car pulled up to the curb. My heart sank a little bit when I saw it. This was not the nice, modern Chevy Malibu I had pictured. It was an old, beat-up model, probably from around 2003. The paint was faded, the bumper was dented, and it just looked incredibly ratty. The driver didn't flash his headlights, he didn't honk his horn, and he didn't call out my name. He just sat there idling by the curb, waiting. I stood up, said a quick goodbye to the silent bouncer, and walked over to the car. I opened the rear door and climbed into the back seat. Immediately, the atmosphere inside the car felt incredibly heavy and uncomfortable. The driver, Alex, didn't turn around to greet me. He didn't say hello, he didn't ask how my night was going, and he didn't even look at me through the rearview mirror. He just stared straight ahead through the windshield. After a few seconds of dead silence, he spoke in a very low, quiet voice. He simply asked, "Where you headed to?" I gave him my home address, and he put the car in drive, pulling away from the curb. We started driving down Main Street, but within a minute, I realized we were heading in the completely wrong direction. My house was to the south, but he was driving north. I cleared my throat and told him that he was going the wrong way. Without saying a word, he turned left at the next intersection. But instead of getting back on the main roads that would lead to my house, he started navigating through quiet, dark residential areas. I watched him closely and noticed that he didn't have his phone mounted on the dashboard. In fact, he wasn't using any GPS at all. This made me feel extremely strange. I couldn't tell if he expected me to give him turn-by-turn directions, or if he had something else in mind. To ease my anxiety, I pulled out my own phone, opened up my map app, and entered my home address. I turned the volume up all the way so the GPS voice would speak loudly, hoping he would follow the instructions. As we approached the next street, the GPS voice clearly instructed to turn left, but Alex completely ignored it and drove straight past the intersection. I made a confused hand gesture in the back seat, hoping he would see me in his mirror. He did notice. He glanced back quickly and said, "I just have to make a quick stop, don't worry. I will give you a discount on the ride." Even though I had been drinking earlier, the sudden rush of adrenaline completely cleared my mind. I knew right then that something was terribly wrong. That was the exact moment my eyes drifted down to the center console. Right next to his seat, sticking out of the open middle glove box, was the black grip of a handgun. My heart stopped. I stared at the weapon, my mind racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I needed to get out of this car immediately. We were approaching a red light, and I realized this might be my only chance. I waited until the car came to a complete stop. Very slowly and quietly, I reached my hand down and gripped the door handle. The handle moved smoothly, but the door itself remained firmly shut, completely sealed against the frame. I tried again, pushing my shoulder hard against the door panel, but it wouldn't budge. My stomach dropped as the chilling realization hit me. The child lock on the rear passenger door was fully engaged, and I was completely trapped. At this point, pure panic set in. My heart was pounding so hard I was worried he would hear it. Alex kept driving, taking us further and further away from my home. By my estimation, we had crossed into the next town, and then the town after that. We were in a completely unfamiliar area, surrounded by dark roads and empty buildings. I couldn't pull out my phone to call the police because I was terrified of how he would react if he saw me dialing 911. He had a gun right next to him, and I was trapped in the back seat. I had to figure out a way to unlock that door myself. I knew that the controls for the child locks on older cars were usually located on the driver's door panel or the center console. I realized my only option was to slide across the back seat and position myself directly behind him. If I could get close enough, I might be able to reach forward and flick the lock switch when he wasn't looking. This was easily the most terrifying moment of my life. I stared intensely at the back of his head, watching his reflection in the rearview mirror. I waited until his eyes were focused on the road ahead. Then, as gently and silently as possible, I slid my body across the leather seat until I was sitting directly behind him. He didn't seem to notice. I waited for the next red light, knowing I had to time my move perfectly. We drove for several more minutes, the tension building inside me, until I felt like I was going to throw up. Finally, the light ahead turned yellow, and Alex began to slow the car down. We stopped at a relatively large intersection. It was late, but there was another car stopped on the opposite side of the road, which gave me a tiny sliver of hope. I took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage I had, and lunged forward. I reached my arm over the front seat and slammed my finger onto the glowing door lock button on his panel. The sudden movement startled him completely. Alex literally jumped 2 inches out of his seat and let out a loud, angry scream. Just as I had feared, his hand immediately reached down toward the glove box where the gun was resting. But I didn't hesitate. The moment I heard the click of the locks opening, I grabbed my door handle, threw the door open, and scrambled out of the car. I stumbled onto the cold asphalt, my legs shaking violently. I ran as fast as I could toward the other car at the intersection, a large Cadillac Escalade. I began banging desperately on their passenger window, screaming for help. To my absolute horror, the driver of the Escalade looked at me with a face full of fear, hit the gas and sped away, leaving me stranded in the middle of the dark intersection. I spun around, expecting Alex to be right behind me with the gun. But to my surprise, he had decided not to pursue me. He had floored the Malibu and was already speeding away down the block, his taillights disappearing into the darkness. I ran to a nearby 24-hour grocery store, my heart still hammering in my chest. I walked inside, shivering uncontrollably under the harsh, buzzing fluorescent lights. The cashier gave me a strange, concerned look, probably because I was pale, gasping for breath, and looked like I had just seen a ghost. I stood near the entrance, trying to stop my hands from shaking, and called a traditional taxi service to pick me up and take me home. The sheer terror of the situation had completely sobered me up. When I got home, I immediately reported the incident to Uber. They took my statement and told me they would escalate the situation to the police. However, it took a full week before an officer finally showed up at my house to ask me a few basic questions. I never found out what happened to Alex, or if he was ever arrested. All I know is that I uninstalled the app that very night, and I have never stepped foot inside an Uber since. But dangerous encounters on rideshare apps don't just happen to passengers. Sometimes, the person behind the wheel is the one who ends up fighting for their life. A few years after my experience, an 18-year-old named Marcus was working as an Uber driver in a different part of the country. Marcus was a skinny kid, and his parents had recently bought him a brand new Honda Accord. Because Marcus was so young and physically small, his father was constantly worried about his safety. Before Marcus started driving for Uber, his dad handed him a small pocket knife and told him to keep it in the side compartment of his seat. His dad had heard too many local news stories about rideshare drivers getting set up, robbed, or worse in the middle of the night. He wanted Marcus to have some form of defense, even if it was small. Marcus didn't really think he would ever actually need to use it, but he kept the blade hidden away there anyway, just to give his dad some peace of mind. It was a freezing Friday night in December, easily one of the coldest nights of the winter. Marcus was bored, and decided to log onto the app to make some extra money doing late-night pickups. Around midnight, a request came in from a user named Tom. The pickup location was only a couple of miles away, situated near a major shopping center. Marcus accepted the ride and drove over. When he arrived, he saw a group of rowdy teenagers hanging out near the entrance of the shopping center. They looked like they were looking for trouble, and Marcus prayed that his passenger wasn't one of them. He drove slowly past them, feeling their eyes on his brand new car. Wanting to avoid any conflict, Marcus drove further into the empty parking lot, away from the teenagers. He did 2 slow laps around the dark shopping center, looking for anyone who might be his passenger. Finally, as he checked his left side mirror, he saw a lone figure walking quickly toward his car from behind. Marcus rolled down his window and called out the name Tom. The man stopped and called back, "Yes." Marcus unlocked the doors and told him to hop in, but the man just stood there looking confused. Marcus had to repeat himself 3 times, speaking loudly and clearly, before the man finally understood and walked around to the passenger side, instead of sitting in the front or diagonally in the back, which is what most passengers did. Tom opened the rear door and climbed into the seat directly behind Marcus. This immediately made Marcus incredibly uncomfortable. Having a complete stranger sit directly behind your head makes it impossible to keep an eye on them. As soon as Tom closed the door, the small space inside the Honda Accord filled with the heavy, stale smell of cigarette smoke. Marcus looked at him in the mirror. Tom looked to be in his late 40s, with a rough, weathered face. Marcus asked him for his destination, and Tom mumbled an address. Marcus entered it into his phone. It was a 10-mile drive, which meant a good payout, but Marcus already had a bad feeling about this guy. Marcus tried to start some friendly small talk to ease the tension, but Tom was completely unresponsive. Whenever Marcus asked a simple question, Tom would either mumble incoherently or just remain completely silent. After a few minutes of getting nothing but cold, dry responses, Marcus gave up and stopped talking. The silence in the car became deafening. By the time they reached the 6-mile mark, Marcus felt a heavy sense of dread settling in his stomach. He was terrified to look in his rearview mirror because he was certain Tom was staring at him. He finally mustered the courage to take a quick glance. He was right. Tom was sitting perfectly still, his eyes locked onto the back of Marcus's neck. Marcus's body reacted instantly to the fear. His foot pressed harder on the gas pedal, wanting to speed up and get this ride over with as fast as possible. By the 8th mile, the surroundings changed drastically. They had left the populated areas behind, and were now driving through a completely deserted stretch of road. There was nothing but thick, dark woods on either side of the asphalt, with only the occasional abandoned building passing by. Marcus looked down at his phone map to see where this address actually was. He dragged his finger across the screen and realized with a jolt of panic that the destination was at the very end of a dead-end street, miles away from any main roads. With his heart hammering against his ribs, Marcus decided to ask Tom if this address was actually his house. He waited in the quiet car, but there was no response. 5 seconds passed in complete silence. Finally, Tom answered in a flat, chilling voice, "Yes." They were less than a mile away now, surrounded by pitch-black woods. Marcus approached the turn for the dead-end street and slowed down, shining his headlights into the darkness. There were no streetlights, no houses, and no signs of life. It was just a black void. Marcus knew that if he drove down that road, he would be completely isolated. He made a split-second decision to pretend he had missed the turn, hoping to keep driving toward a safer area. But the moment he passed the street, Tom sat forward and yelled at him to turn around. The aggression in Tom's voice made Marcus realize his life was in serious danger. He apologized, made a quick 3-point turn, and headed back toward the dead-end road. As he turned the car onto the dark street, Marcus quietly slipped his right hand into the netting compartment on the side of his seat. His fingers wrapped around the handle of his father's pocket knife. He quietly flicked the blade open, holding it tightly in his grip, hidden from view. He drove to the very end of the road where the headlights revealed nothing but a wall of thick trees. The car came to a stop. Marcus held his breath, waiting for whatever was about to happen. Tom spoke up, his voice suddenly shifting to a soft, almost polite tone. He thanked Marcus for the ride and opened his door, but instead of stepping out, Tom paused. He looked at Marcus and asked if he could get out of the car to help him carry his bag, claiming he had a bad back. But Marcus knew for a fact that Tom didn't have a bag. He had got into the car with absolutely nothing. Marcus tried to keep his voice steady, telling Tom that he would be right out to help him, but the trembling in his voice was undeniable. Before Marcus could even put the car in park, he felt a sudden violent pressure wrap around his throat. Tom had lunged forward from the back seat, wrapping his thick arms around Marcus's neck, cutting off his airway. Marcus couldn't breathe. Instinct took over. Without a second thought, Marcus brought his right hand up and drove the open blade of the knife directly into Tom's left arm. Tom let out a horrific scream of pain and instantly released his grip on Marcus's neck. He scrambled backward, threw the door open, and fell out of the car onto the cold pavement. Marcus didn't waste a single second. He slammed his foot onto the gas pedal, spinning the steering wheel, and floored it back down the dark, dead-end road. He didn't stop driving until he reached a brightly lit, busy highway. Marcus was so terrified and traumatized by the attack that he didn't even call the police. He just drove straight home, locked his doors, and tried to sleep. The very next day, Marcus officially resigned as an Uber driver, never wanting to risk his life behind the wheel for a stranger ever again. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Back when my cousin Cody and I were in our early 20s, we used to go on a lot of camping trips. We lived in Colorado, which is famous for its massive, beautiful mountain ranges and endless acres of deep, dense forests. This particular incident happened, if I remember correctly, when I was 22 years old and Cody was 23. We decided to take a trip out to a place called Erpo Forest. It was my very first time camping in that specific forest, but Cody had been there a few times before. He was the outdoorsy type, the kind of guy who actually knew what he was doing out in the wild. It was the middle of the week, which was perfect for us. Our jobs at the time allowed us to have our days off on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so we would often schedule our campouts then. It was a great way to avoid the heavy traffic on the roads and the massive crowds at the trailheads. I always let Cody take complete charge on these trips. Like I said, he was the Eagle Scout, not me. I was just the guy who tagged along, carried the cooler, and enjoyed the nature. We parked our car near a designated picnic area and immediately set foot into the thick woods. After about 15 minutes of hiking deeper and deeper into the forest, we managed to find a really good spot to set up our camp. For us, a good spot meant a clearing that was big enough to comfortably fit 2 separate tents, our portable stove, and a nice, safe campfire ring. The very first thing we did was unpack all of our gear and start pitching our tents. Cody has always been incredibly fast at setting up a tent. He can do it in only a few minutes, while it always takes me at least 20 minutes of fumbling with poles and stakes. Or rather, I should say it used to take me that long, because I actually haven't gone camping out in the wilderness a single time since this happened. Once our shelters were up, the next step was to create a protective ring of stones for our fire. We gathered up a bunch of dry sticks and firewood from the surrounding area. Cody did bring some artificial fire starter and a lighter, so I guess we kind of cheated. But we didn't really care. It was the point in the day when the sun was finally starting to dip below the horizon, casting long dark shadows through the trees. We had a really nice fire going, and Cody was starting to grill up some steak and burgers. One thing you need to know about Cody is that he always went all out with the food on these trips. He is a genuinely fantastic cook, so I always trusted him completely to feed us well. Of course, we kept our cans of bear spray close by, just in case the delicious smell of the cooking meat attracted a black bear. Cody always told me that a bear encounter was very unlikely though. He used to say that the real thing you actually have to worry about when you are in the middle of the woods is other people. As we ate our steaks and burgers, we cracked open some cold beers and put on some classic rock music, letting it play softly from a portable speaker. If you have never been camping deep in the woods, you might not fully understand how incredible the vibe is in moments like that. Just sitting out in the wilderness with a close family member, sharing some beers, reminiscing about the good old times, and vibing to some great music. But as it got fully dark, the mood slowly started to shift. We set up a little folding platform table that we had brought specifically for playing cards, and we started playing a few games. Eventually, we transitioned to playing Uno, and that was the exact moment when we heard something strange out in the woods. I immediately paused the song playing on my phone so that the speaker would go completely silent. In the sudden quiet of the forest, we heard it clear as day. It was the sound of a person humming a melody, accompanied by the distinct rustling of footsteps moving through the dry leaves. The sounds were coming from just beyond the trees, completely hidden in the pitch blackness of the forest. Cody looked at me with wide eyes and urgently whispered for me to find our flashlight. I scrambled around, frantically searching for it in the dark, but by the time my fingers finally wrapped around it, the strange humming and the footsteps had completely faded away. I asked Cody if that was something we should be worried about. He looked tense and said it was definitely highly unusual for anyone to be this deep in the woods at night, let alone creepily walking past an active campsite with a blazing fire while loudly humming to themselves. I was pretty shaken up by it, and I could tell that Cody was too. We tried to calm our nerves and went back to playing cards, but we kept the music turned down very low now, constantly straining our ears to listen to the surrounding woods. Just when we least expected it, a large, heavy stick landed with a loud thud right in the middle of our campsite. It made both of us jump completely out of our skins. This wasn't a branch that had simply fallen from a tree. The angle and the force made it clear that this thing had been thrown directly at us by someone hiding in the dark. Cody stood up, his face red with anger and fear, and started yelling into the darkness. He screamed something along the lines of, "Whoever is out there messing with us, get a life and go away." Almost immediately, we heard the sound of footsteps in the distance again. They were walking away from us, disappearing back into the blackness. I looked at Cody and told him that we should pack up our camp right now and find somewhere else to go. But he shook his head and said absolutely not. He pointed out that trying to navigate the forest and pack up all of our gear in the pitch black was a terrible idea. We both had our cans of bear spray, and he advised me to just keep mine right next to me inside my tent when we went to sleep. It was the only thing resembling a ranged weapon that we had for self-defense. For the next hour, we kept hearing faint, unsettling sounds in the distance, like the distinct cracking of tree branches. These were sounds that you would never expect an animal to make. Someone was definitely out there, and it was highly possible there was more than one person. That much was entirely clear. Eventually, fatigue started to take over, and we knew we had to go to sleep at some point. We agreed that it would be smartest to take turns staying up to keep watch, just to make absolutely sure that no one came into our campsite to steal our gear, or do something much worse. Cody generously agreed to take the very first watch. He said he would stay up outside by the dying fire and read his book. Feeling a bit safer, I crawled into my tent, zipped myself inside my sleeping bag, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Waking up in the middle of the night when you are camping is a pretty normal occurrence. You are in a cold, unfamiliar outdoor environment, lying in a sleeping bag on the hard ground. Any number of small things can wake you up. I didn't initially know what had woken me up this time. I was still in a thick mental fog, and my brain didn't feel fully awake yet. But as I opened my eyes and looked toward the mesh window of my tent, I saw a dark shape. It was a human head, peering directly into my tent from the outside. In my groggy state, I thought it was Cody. I rubbed my eyes, but the absolute darkness made it impossible to see any of the facial features. I assumed he was waking me up to take my turn on watch. I mumbled out, "Cody, is it my turn yet?" I just sat there, staring at the head that was peering at me, while my brain slowly started to wake up more and more with every passing second. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the loud, sharp sound of a zipper. The zipper to my tent was quickly zipped up from the outside, and the dark head instantly disappeared. I laid back down in my sleeping bag, but only for a fraction of a second. I suddenly had this terrifying moment of extreme clarity. My adrenaline spiked, and I shot up into an upright position. I sat there, frozen, listening to the distinct sound of footsteps slowly walking away from my tent. I called out Cody's name, but there was absolutely no answer. I frantically unzipped the inner door of my tent and peeked out into the campsite. The fire was completely dead, nothing but cold ashes. Cody was not sitting out there. I scrambled out of my tent and rushed over to Cody's tent, which was fully zipped up. I quickly unzipped his door and looked inside, only to see Cody fast asleep, tucked deeply inside his sleeping bag. I got intense chills all over my body. The realization of what had just happened hit me like a physical blow. I almost wet myself right then and there. I grabbed Cody and started shaking him violently to wake him up. When he finally opened his eyes, looking confused, I whispered to him that someone was actively here at our campsite. It took him a minute to fully come back to reality, just like it had taken me, but as soon as he realized what I was saying, his eyes went wide. He immediately grabbed his can of bear spray. He admitted to me that he must have dozed off while he was reading his book during his watch. He decided that it would be safest if I slept in the tent with him for the rest of the night. But to do that, I needed to go back to my tent and grab my sleeping bag. Cody stepped outside of his tent with me, holding his bear spray ready, standing watch in the dark campsite as I ran over to my tent. As I scrambled inside my tent, desperately grabbing my sleeping bag, that goddamn humming sound started up again from the darkness outside. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. Outside, Cody whispered loudly for me to hurry the hell up. I asked him if he could hear that too, and he whispered back that he did. We both scrambled back into his tent as fast as we could, zipping it shut tightly and holding our cans of bear spray close to our chests. I can tell you honestly, in those terrifying moments, I wanted nothing more than for a massive grizzly bear to come crashing into our camp and save the day. The hours dragged on agonizingly slow. I stayed wide awake, staring at the tent wall, while Cody eventually drifted back to sleep. After 3 long, horrible hours of absolute terror, the sky finally began to lighten. When Cody woke me up, it was almost dawn. There was enough light outside to see, so we immediately started packing up our things. We didn't care about folding things neatly. We just shoved everything into our bags as fast as humanly possible. By the time we were finished, there was plenty of daylight to hike back to our car. While we easily could have driven somewhere else and spent our second night camping in a different area, neither of us had any interest in doing that anymore. This had been an incredibly haunting experience, and I think we both just wanted to be back in the absolute safety of our own houses. It has been 6 years since that night happened. Cody has hit me up a few times over the years, asking if I wanted to go camping again, but I have never had any interest in going back out there since that experience. People are just far too scary. Why was someone out there in the middle of nowhere, stalking our campsite in the dead of night? And the mental image of that stranger's head just silently looking into my tent in the dark is something that will haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. I honestly think I may never go camping ever again. Whenever I was scared of something as a kid, my dad would always tell me a very specific piece of advice. He told me that in this life you should never be scared of ghosts or monsters. He said you need to fear the living, because they are the only ones who can actually hurt you. In my late teenage years, I suddenly came into a decent amount of money. My father had tragically committed suicide, and I received a significant inheritance from his estate. At the time of my dad's passing, he and my mom owned a beautiful rustic cabin up in Oregon, located right by Mount Bachelor. The cabin had recently been put up for sale because my mom could no longer afford to keep up with the monthly mortgage payments. Renting it out to tourists was barely covering the costs, and it was becoming a massive financial burden. The cabin was scheduled to officially go on the real estate market in less than a month, and my mom was in the middle of finalizing all the necessary paperwork with her realtor and lawyer. Because of this, for that final month, the cabin was not going to be rented out to anyone. It was just going to sit completely vacant. I saw this as a perfect opportunity to get away from everything for a while and clear my head. My life had been incredibly chaotic and painful in light of my father's death, and I desperately needed some peace. I quit my job, packed up all of my snowboarding gear, grabbed my loyal dog, Midnight, and drove up to the cabin in my dad's old car. My first 2 days at the cabin were completely normal. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at all. I spent my daytime hours playing with Midnight in the deep snow and hitting the slopes for some snowboarding. In the evenings, I would just relax by playing PlayStation, listening to music, and having a few drinks out on the wooden balcony. I had fully stocked up on food, cigarettes, and liquor before arriving, so I didn't have any reason to leave the property unless I wanted to. Aside from going out to hit the slopes, I was a complete shut-in. With Midnight's silent company, some DVDs, and my games, I was actually quite content. I was finally starting to feel a sense of relaxation after all the intense drama that had preceded my trip. The cabin itself was a beautiful 2-story structure. The bottom floor consisted of a cozy living room, a small kitchen, and a side guest bedroom. The upstairs portion of the house had 2 more rooms, including the master bedroom, which had a walkout balcony attached to it. I spent almost all of my time either in the living room, the kitchen, or the upstairs master bedroom. I never had any reason to venture into the other rooms, so I kept the doors leading into them closed at all times. On the 3rd day of my stay, I was going through my usual routine. It was a day of incredibly heavy snowfall, so instead of going out to snowboard, I decided to just stay inside where it was warm. That was the day when things started to get a little bit weird. In our immediate area, there were only 2 other cabins. They were adjacent to ours, situated maybe a block away from one another. All of the other cabins in the area were located about a mile or so down the road. We were completely surrounded by dense forest and towering pine trees. Both of those adjacent cabins were completely empty, and from my first couple of days there, I knew for a fact that absolutely no one was staying in them. Around midday, I went outside to let Midnight run around. As I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, I noticed what looked like human footprints in the deep snow surrounding the house. Since it was still snowing quite heavily, the footprints looked semi-fresh. It looked like someone had walked by within the last 20 to 30 minutes. I tried to rationalize it, thinking that maybe someone had recently checked into one of the neighboring cabins, and I just hadn't noticed them. I figured they might be a shut-in just like me, but the footprints led away from my cabin and disappeared into the densest, darkest part of the pine trees. I decided to disregard it, shook off the weird feeling, and went back inside. When nighttime came around, I decided to head up to the master bedroom to go to sleep. Midnight was lying comfortably on the bed right next to me when I suddenly noticed his ears perk up. He went into a tense, listening position. A second later, he quickly jumped off the bed and ran downstairs to the living room. I lay there in the dark bed, staying completely silent. I was honestly starting to get freaked out. I could hear Midnight pacing back and forth downstairs, his claws clicking on the wooden floors. After about 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs to my room and started doing his little doggy dance, which was his universal sign that he urgently needed to go outside to pee. I couldn't say no to him, so I grabbed his leash. We went downstairs and stepped out onto the snowy driveway. But as soon as we got outside, Midnight didn't even attempt to pee. Instead, he immediately started pulling hard on his leash, trying to drag me toward the edge of the property. He kept staring intently into the dense, dark trees where I had seen the footprints earlier. He was also sniffing the side of the cabin walls and looking up toward the roof. Once he realized that I was absolutely not going to let him drag me into the dark woods, he sat himself down in the snow and just stared blankly into the pitch blackness. It was highly unusual behavior for him, but I tried to tell myself that there was probably just some wild animal out there, like a deer or a raccoon, that he wanted to chase down. I didn't want to chase anything in the freezing cold, so I pulled him back inside, locked the door, and we both went back upstairs to bed. About half an hour later, I was lying in bed trying to drift off when I heard a terrifying sound. It sounded exactly like heavy hooves walking directly on my roof. It was a distinct series of about 6 steps. I tried desperately to rationalize it. I told myself it was probably just a heavy pine cone falling from a branch onto the roof, or maybe a small forest animal running across the shingles. But deep down, I knew the steps were spaced too far apart. They had the distinct stride length of a full-grown human man. It was completely freaking me out. Midnight heard the noise too. He bolted off the bed and ran straight to the balcony screen door, whining and expecting me to let him out. At the time, I considered myself to be a pretty tough guy. I was fairly well built, strong, and confident that I could handle myself in a fight, so I grabbed my heavy coat, put on my shoes, grabbed my pack of cigarettes and a strong flashlight, and stepped out onto the master bedroom balcony. As soon as I got outside into the freezing air, I lit up a cigarette and started scanning the roof with the beam of my flashlight. There was absolutely nothing there. The thick layer of snow on top of the roof was completely undisturbed. It was incredibly weird. I started to wonder if it was all just in my head. Maybe Midnight was just feeding off my own growing paranoia. I started to calm down a bit, taking deep drags of my cigarette as my eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. I stood there, leaning against the balcony railing, just staring out at the beautiful stars and the massive pine trees that stood right next to our cabin. And that was when my heart stopped. In a massive pine tree that was slightly taller than our cabin, located about 20 feet away from where I was standing on the balcony, I saw something. Squatting in a crouched position in between 2 thick branches was what looked like a man, but as I stared at it, I realized it was completely wrong. The figure looked freakishly tall, easily 8 or 9 feet long if it were to stand up. It was unbelievably skinny, almost skeletal. It was squatted on one branch, and its freakishly long, pale white arms were extended high above its head, gripping the branch above it for support. Its mouth was stretched wide open in a silent, expressionless gasp. I couldn't comprehend what I was looking at. I wasn't even sure if my eyes were playing tricks on me in the dark. I stood there, completely frozen, unable to move a single muscle. I heard Midnight stand up behind me, pacing nervously on the balcony and letting out a series of low, threatened growls. The thing in the tree didn't move a millimeter. It just stayed in that bizarre crouched position, staring toward me with its mouth wide open. I put my cigarette out against the railing. I debated shining my flashlight directly at it, but a primitive voice in the back of my mind was absolutely screaming at me not to do it. I slowly walked backward, keeping my eyes on the tree, and pulled Midnight inside the bedroom with me. Once we were inside, I locked the heavy glass door securely. I finally built up the courage to shine my flashlight through the glass directly at the tree, but there was nothing there anymore. The branches were completely empty. I quickly shut the heavy curtains, blocking out the view, and retreated back to the safety of my bed. But the nightmare wasn't over. Later on in the night, as I lay wide awake in the dark, I started hearing a light, rhythmic tapping sound coming from the balcony screen door. It sounded exactly like someone was gently tapping on the glass pane with their fingernails. It was a consistent, slow tap that did not stop for nearly an entire hour. Midnight just sat on the floor, staring intently at the curtained door. but he refused to go anywhere near it. The strangest, most unsettling part of the whole thing was the overwhelming feeling I had. It felt like whatever was out there was politely inviting me to open that door. But at the exact same time, I kept hearing my late dad's voice echoing in my head, telling me to stay in bed and absolutely do not open that door. I listened to my dad's advice. I stayed right where I was under the covers. Eventually, sheer mental exhaustion took over, and I passed out. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, it didn't take me long to pack up all of my things, put midnight in the car, and get the absolute hell out of there. I never went back to that cabin, a long time ago, back when cell phones still had physical home buttons. I was actively searching through Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace looking for a cheap, used phone. I think I was looking for an iPhone 7 or something similar. After scrolling through countless overpriced listings, I finally found a post that caught my eye. It was a pretty generic listing for an iPhone, listed as brand new and factory unlocked, for only $300. For that time, that was an incredibly good deal. I messaged the seller, whose name was listed as Melvin. He seemed really nice and easy to talk to over text. He gave me all the minor details I asked for, assuring me that the phone was completely unlocked and that the box had never been opened. He even went out of his way to send me a quick video of the phone box, showing that the plastic seal was indeed still intact. I got his phone number, and we started discussing a good place to meet up so I could buy it. On his Facebook listing, his location was shown as being very close to my neighborhood, but over text, Melvin claimed that he had only been in that area earlier that morning, and that he had since traveled about an hour north for some business. I wasn't particularly happy about having to drive that far, but the deal was just too good to pass up. I didn't want to lose out on it. I started asking around to see if any of my friends wanted to come along with me on what I called a little road trip adventure. It was really just my way of making the boring chore of a long drive sound fun so I wouldn't have to go alone. My friend Martina eventually agreed to accompany me, but only on the condition that I promised to buy her dinner afterward. I agreed. Melvin then sent me the address of a police precinct located about an hour away. He explained over text that he only conducts his business deals in the parking lots of police stations to avoid getting scammed or robbed. I obviously had absolutely no problem with this. In fact, it made me feel a lot more comfortable and confident about the whole transaction. I picked Martina up at around 8:30 at night, and we hit the road. Having her in the passenger seat to talk to made the long drive go by really fast. It was a Friday night, so we were both in a great mood, planning to go out and get some food and drinks after the deal was done. But when we finally got off the highway near the address Melvin had sent, we realized we were in a very secluded, quiet area. It was mostly dense patches of woods, with only occasional buildings and houses scattered here and there. We pulled into the parking lot of the police precinct, but it was completely empty. There were some parked police cruisers, of course, but no civilian cars. We drove slowly around the entire building, a couple of times looking for Melvin. He had told me he would be waiting in a black Nissan Altima, but there was no such car anywhere in sight. I decided to give him a call. He answered almost immediately. He sounded stressed and told me that his car had suddenly broken down on the side of the road on his way to the station. He asked if I could drive just a little bit further to meet him where he was stranded. He sent over his exact location, and I plugged it into my GPS. He was on the shoulder of a random road with absolutely nothing on either side. And by nothing, I mean just deep, dark woods. He asked if I could bring jumper cables to help him jump start his car when I got there. I told him that I had cables and that I could do that. I figured since we had already driven an hour to get there, I didn't want to just turn around and go home empty-handed. But as I was talking to him on the phone, Martina was vigorously shaking her head at me. She was whispering no over and over. Melvin said he would see me in a few minutes and hung up the phone. As soon as the call ended, Martina practically screamed at me. She told me there was absolutely no way we were going out there. She said it was incredibly sketchy and that we needed to go straight home. I tried to calm her down. I suggested that we just drive past the location he sent, without stopping, just to see what the situation looked like. I did agree with her that it seemed highly suspicious, but I was just so annoyed at the prospect of driving 2 hours for nothing. We drove down the dark road toward the GPS pin. As we got closer, we saw the faint reflection of a car's headlights parked on the shoulder of the pitch-black road. I slowed my car down as we approached. It was indeed a black sedan, but as we drove past, we couldn't see a single person inside or outside of the vehicle. It was incredibly dark out there. There were no streetlights, no other cars, and just thick woods on both sides of the road. It was the perfect, convenient place for someone to stage a breakdown, knowing that a young kid was coming to meet them with a thick wad of cash in their pocket. Martina urgently told me to just keep driving. I agreed completely. It was the sketchiest thing I had ever seen. I pressed on the gas and drove right past the black car. Almost immediately, my phone started ringing. It was Melvin. I ignored the call. He called back again and again, but I kept ignoring him. Then, a text message popped up on my dashboard. It was from Melvin, and it said, "I just saw you drive past me. Why didn't you stop? Turn around right now." We ignored it. Martina, being a naturally positive person, tried to laugh off the tension. She reminded me that I now owed her a really good dinner. I looked up the nearest diner on my phone, and we pulled into the parking lot of a quiet, small 24-hour diner. We were practically the only customers in there, which made sense for a secluded area on a Friday night. We sat in a booth, and the waitress came over and took our coffee orders. Just as she walked away, a man entered the diner alone. He had his hood pulled up tightly over his head. He was wearing a dirty, worn-out navy blue hoodie. As he walked in, he glanced over at Martina and me, then walked over to the counter and sat on one of the bar stools. He ordered a coffee from the lady working behind the counter. But as he sat there, I noticed him constantly glancing over his shoulder at our table, looking at us every minute or so. I leaned across the table and whispered to Martina not to look, but that the guy at the counter might actually be Melvin. A moment later, our waitress brought our coffees and asked if we were ready to order food. I told her we needed just a few more minutes. Right then, the lady behind the counter handed the hooded man his coffee. He took it and said, "Thank you, darling." As soon as those words left his mouth, my blood ran cold. It was the exact same voice from the phone. It was Melvin. I looked at Martina and whispered, "That is him. We need to pay right now and leave." I waved our waitress over as quickly as possible and asked if we could just get the check for the coffees. I saw the man at the counter stiffen and look directly at us as I asked for the bill. The waitress looked confused and asked if everything was okay. I just lied and said we suddenly realized we had to get back on the road. She printed out the slip. I threw down some cash. We downed our hot coffees and walked out to my car. As we got in and locked the doors, Martina gasped and said that he was getting up to leave. I looked back through the diner window and saw the man in the blue hoodie rushing toward the exit. I started my car, threw it into drive, and sped out of the parking lot. As we pulled away, I caught a glimpse of a black sedan parked in the dark corner of the diner lot. I drove as fast as I safely could, making sure he couldn't catch up to us. We finally got back onto the highway, and I was cruising along, starting to feel like we were finally safe. But suddenly my dashboard lit up with a low tire pressure warning. The PSI in one of my rear tires was dropping incredibly fast. I knew instantly what had happened. He must have slashed my tire while we were inside the diner. To avoid ruining my wheel, I had to pull over onto the dark shoulder of the highway. I got out and confirmed my fears. There was a clean, deep slice in the sidewall of my tire. It took me about 15 minutes in the freezing cold to swap the tire out with my spare. The entire night had turned into an absolute disaster. But true to my word, I still took Martina to get some food at a different place once we got closer to home. Now, years later, Martina and I look back on this as a crazy story that we tell at parties. But deep down, it is absolutely horrifying to think about how close we actually came to walking right into a dangerous trap. A few years ago, I was seeing this girl for a couple of weeks. We had met on a popular dating app and had gone on 2 pretty decent dates. Her name was Phoebe. She was about 4 years older than me, which I didn't mind at all. Our first date had been a simple night of getting drinks at a local bar. And for our second date, we actually went out with a group of my close friends on the weekend. After the hangout, my friends had pretty neutral opinions about her. When I asked what they thought, they just said she seemed nice, but was a little bit quiet. It wasn't until much later that they actually revealed what they really thought of her. A few days after that second date, Phoebe invited me to go with her to an upcoming high school reunion party. She explained that she really didn't want to go to the event alone, and honestly, since she had gone out of her way to hang out with my friends, I felt like I owed her a favor. So, I agreed to go. The reunion was scheduled for a Saturday evening in the middle of the fall. I found it a bit strange because she told me the event wasn't being organized by the school administration at all. Instead, she said it was being organized and funded by a very wealthy guy from her graduating class, and it was being hosted at his private estate. Now, I haven't had my own high school reunion yet, but as far as I know, these events are almost always held at local bars, restaurants, or rented banquet halls. Having it at a private house seemed a bit unusual, but I didn't think too much of it. We drove over to the address she gave me, and I had to admit, the house was absolutely massive and very fancy. It had a large wrought iron gated driveway, but as we pulled up, I noticed there were no luxury cars parked anywhere in sight. In fact, there weren't many cars parked out front at all. I just assumed that maybe the wealthy owner had parked his own cars inside the closed garage to make room for guests. But the very second we stepped through the front door and entered the foyer, the vibe felt incredibly off. I felt like every single person in the room immediately stopped what they were doing and stared directly at us. More specifically, they were staring at me. A few people slowly walked up to Phoebe, gave her polite hugs, and then immediately shifted their intense focus onto me. I felt like I was being aggressively interrogated. They started asking me incredibly deep, personal questions about my life. They wanted to know what I did for a living, where I grew up, who I lived with, and what my financial situation was. Eventually, Phoebe pulled me away from the group, but only to lead me over to another group of people who proceeded to ask me the exact same types of intrusive questions. I also noticed something else that felt highly unusual. Everyone in the room seemed to be significantly older than 28, which was the age Phoebe had told me she was. Many of these people looked like they were easily in their late 30s or even early 40s. I leaned over and made a quiet comment about it to Phoebe. She just laughed it off and said that some of her old classmates simply weren't aging very well. I asked her if she actually remembered all of these people from her school days, and she insisted that she did. I then asked her who the host of the party was, because I was genuinely curious to meet the owner of such a beautiful estate, but she just shrugged and said she hadn't seen him around yet. Throughout the entire time I was there, I felt like everyone in the room was shooting me daggers with their eyes. They would not look away from me. I whispered this to Phoebe, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, but she just smiled and said they were probably just wondering who the handsome new guy was. At the time, I tried to accept that as a logical explanation, but the awkwardness in that house was growing by the minute. It is hard to fully put into words, but this was absolutely not what a normal high school reunion feels like. There was no music playing in the background at all, which made the quiet conversations in the room feel incredibly stark. Furthermore, everyone was dressed very strangely. They weren't dressed like normal people in their late 20s. I was getting so incredibly uncomfortable with the constant, unblinking stares I was receiving that I finally told Phoebe I needed to run to the restroom. Realistically, I didn't actually have to use the bathroom. I just desperately wanted to get out of that tense room and clear my head. I walked out into the massive, quiet hallway. I didn't even have a drink in my hand to make me look natural. I was just wandering around this giant, silent house empty-handed, and every single person I passed in the corridors just stopped and stared at me. I finally found a bathroom, stepped inside, and locked the door securely behind me. I leaned against the sink and took a deep breath, trying to re-ether my thoughts and take a break from the suffocating awkwardness outside. I pulled out my phone and frantically texted my friends, telling them about how incredibly weird this supposed reunion was. I asked them how I could politely convince Phoebe that we needed to leave early. We had only been there for about 30 to 40 minutes, and this mysterious, wealthy host was still nowhere to be found. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Phoebe asking where I had gone. I replied that I was just in the bathroom and would be out in a minute. I followed that up by texting her that the party felt really weird and that I was down to leave soon. She texted back, asking why. I replied that everyone was acting incredibly strange. Just then, there was a loud, firm knock on the bathroom door. I realized I couldn't just sit in there forever, so I quickly washed my hands, unlocked the door, and stepped out. Standing outside was a guy who looked like one of the younger people at the gathering. As I stepped past him, he leaned in close and said in an incredibly low, hushed voice, "You need to leave right now. That girl is not who she says she is." I completely froze in the middle of the hallway. I looked at him and stammered, "You mean Phoebe?" The guy smirked, looked around the empty hallway and whispered, "Whatever she told you her name was." He then asked me what she had told me this party was. I told him that she told me it was her high school reunion. The guy let out a dark chuckle and said, "Do these people look like they are here for a high school reunion?" He leaned in one last time and said, "Trust me, leave sooner rather than later." Then, he quickly stepped into the bathroom and shut the door. I stood there, my mind racing. I was already highly suspicious of everything going on in that house, and that guy's warning completely confirmed my worst fears. I decided right then and there that I wasn't going to go back into that room. I walked straight down the long hallway toward the front exit, trying my absolute best not to draw any attention to myself. I could still feel the heavy stares of the remaining guests on the back of my neck as I reached the door. I walked out into the cool night air, got straight into my car, and drove home. Phoebe texted me a few minutes later asking where I had gone. I didn't reply right away. When I finally got back to the safety of my apartment, I decided to do a search of her phone number on a public records website called White Pages. As I suspected, the phone number was absolutely not registered under the name Phoebe. The name that came up on the screen was Claire Foster furthermore. The home address listed for her on the database was completely different from the house where I had picked her up for our first 2 dates. I suddenly realized with a shudder that both times I had picked her up, she was already standing outside on the sidewalk waiting for me. I had never actually seen her walk out of the front door of those houses. I realized she had been lying to me about absolutely everything from day one. I texted her back a short message saying that I had to leave because of an emergency. And then I immediately blocked her number on everything. When I told my friends about it, they finally admitted that they had thought she was incredibly weird and off from the very moment they met her. They just hadn't wanted to say anything to make me feel bad. One of my friends joked that the whole situation sounded exactly like the plot of the movie Get Out. My family and friends still have their own little theories about what was really happening in that massive, quiet house. Some people think I might be exaggerating the danger of the situation, but whenever they say that, I just remind them about the fake name, the fake addresses, and the terrifying warning from that stranger outside the bathroom. It makes me wonder what would have happened to me if I hadn't walked out of that house when I did. This next incident happened back when I was a very young child, probably around 8 years old. My parents had me much later in their lives, so my 2 older siblings were both at least 10 years older than me. Because of the age gap, I often felt like an only child growing up in our house. One night, I was suddenly woken up in the middle of the night by a loud commotion coming from downstairs. It sounded like my parents were frantically running around. I cracked my bedroom door open slightly and listened closely. I could hear my parents talking in panicked, stressed voices, but I couldn't quite make out what they were saying. I crept out of my room, walked over to the top of the dark stairway, and called down to them. My mom quickly came to the bottom of the stairs, looked up at me, and told me in a firm but loving voice to go straight back to bed. I was a good kid, so I didn't ask any questions. I just turned around and went back to my room. I was lying in bed, trying to fall back asleep, when I heard the heavy front door downstairs slam shut. After that, the entire house fell into a deep, dead silence. I assumed that my parents had left the house for some reason, though I had no idea why they would do that in the middle of the night. Either way, I tried to stay calm and eventually drifted back to sleep. Sometime later, I was woken up again by sounds coming from downstairs. It was the distinct sound of the front door gently closing, followed by the sound of footsteps walking across the floor, but there was absolutely no talking. Naturally, my young mind assumed that my parents had just gotten back home and were trying to be as quiet as possible so they wouldn't wake me up. I heard occasional soft thuds and footsteps moving around the lower level of the house. I could hear kitchen drawers and cabinets being opened and closed, and I was sure I heard the distinct seal of the refrigerator door opening. I figured it was probably my older brother Chris. He was 18 at the time, already driving, and he had a habit of staying out very late with his friends. Him coming home at 2 in the morning and rummaging through the fridge for a late night snack was a completely normal occurrence in our house. These were all logical, comforting explanations that I was telling myself to keep from getting scared. But then I heard the footsteps leave the kitchen and start coming up the stairs. They were getting louder and closer with every step. The footsteps reached the top landing and made their way directly toward my bedroom door. I watched as my door slowly and quietly creaked open. I didn't sit up or make a sound. I just lay there with my eyes wide open, staring at the opening. There were no lights on in the hallway, so the person walking around was doing so in complete darkness. All I could see was a large black silhouette standing in my doorway, with the distinct shape of a head peering in at me. I whispered out Chris's name, then my mom's, then my dad's. When no one answered, I simply asked, "Who is there?" The figure didn't say a word. They just slowly closed my door, and I heard their footsteps start walking back down the stairs. I was left there feeling incredibly confused and mildly creeped out. But I was convinced it was just my dad coming up to check on me after they got home, and that he had ignored my questions because he thought I was asleep. My curiosity eventually got the better of me. I decided to go downstairs to see what was going on. I kept all the lights off as I crept down the stairs, using the wall to guide myself in the dark. As I approached the doorway of the kitchen, I froze. Standing right in the middle of the dark kitchen was a very tall, dark figure. I whispered, "Dad?" I assumed it was him based on the sheer size of the person. But a deep, completely unfamiliar voice replied from the dark saying, "Go back upstairs." Panic instantly seized my entire body. I turned around and sprinted up the stairs as fast as my little legs could carry me. I slammed my bedroom door shut, jumped under my covers, and pulled them over my head. I sat there shivering, my mind spinning. The only thing my innocent 8-year-old brain was focused on was why my dad's voice had sounded so incredibly strange. The horrifying reality that a complete stranger was currently standing in our kitchen hadn't even dawned on me yet. A little while later, I heard the front door open again, followed by another loud commotion downstairs. This time, I heard the familiar, unmistakable voices of my actual parents. I crept back to the top of the stairs, and when my mom saw me standing there, she looked completely shocked and asked why I was still awake. I asked her what had happened. She explained to me that my brother Chris had gotten into a bad car accident, but that he was going to be fine. I found out months later that Chris had been driving in a condition he shouldn't have been in, and my parents had received an emergency call from the hospital. They had rushed out of the house in a complete panic to go see him, leaving me asleep in my bed. I asked my dad if he had come up to my room to check on me earlier. That was the exact moment when the color completely drained from both of my parents' faces. They realized they had been gone for hours, and neither of them had been in the house. My mom started screaming at my dad, realizing that in his rush to leave, he had completely neglected to lock the front door. When I told them about the dark figure standing in my doorway and the strange man in the kitchen who told me to go upstairs, my dad immediately grabbed his gun and started searching the entire house, while my mom frantically called the police. The last thing I remember from that night was sitting wrapped in a blanket, trying to explain my story to a police officer. My parents later told me they felt like absolute fools having to explain to the cops that they had accidentally left their 8-year-old child home alone with the front door wide open in the middle of the night. Thankfully, nothing of value was stolen from the house, and the intruder clearly didn't have the intention of harming me, since he had simply told me to go back upstairs. But having a complete stranger wander around your dark home is a terrifying experience for anyone. Now, imagine experiencing that when you are only 8 years old. For a brief period in my life, I worked as a professional direct care aide. My job was to assist individuals with developmental disabilities in their daily lives. On one particular occasion, I was hired to watch over a 65-year-old woman named Martha. Martha suffered from a developmental disability, as well as an advanced stage of dementia. Her daughter, Colleen, who was in her late 40s, worked a demanding overnight shift and desperately needed a qualified caretaker with actual medical experience to watch her mother during the night. When I say I once worked for them, I mean that literally. I worked for them for exactly one single night, and you are about to understand exactly why I never went back. I suspect that Colleen didn't have any other family members who were willing or able to watch her mother, and she probably couldn't afford to place Martha in a proper nursing home. Or, it was highly possible, she just felt more comfortable hiring someone with my specific professional background. At the time, I was already working as a direct care provider for 2 other women, so I was highly experienced, but absolutely nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. Colleen had to leave for her shift early in the evening. I had already worked my regular day job, so I was pushing my physical limits, trying to make as much extra money as possible. Before Colleen left, she introduced me to Martha. Martha gave me a very sweet, warm smile before Colleen escorted her upstairs to her bedroom for the night. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. Before walking out the door, Colleen pulled me aside and warned me about something. She said that Martha would sometimes get out of bed and walk around the house at night. She said she would appear highly confused and that I would just need to gently calm her down and guide her back to her bedroom. I asked her if this was a form of sleepwalking, but Colleen clarified that it was actually one of the behavioral symptoms of her advanced dementia. I assured her that I had dealt with similar behaviors before and knew exactly how to handle it. After Colleen left, I settled into the living room. I put on a TV show to pass the time. As you can imagine, these kinds of overnight jobs aren't very glamorous. For the most part, it is just a lot of sitting around and waiting. Around 10 o'clock, I heard the faint sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. I walked over to the bottom of the staircase, looked up, and called out Martha's name. I asked if she needed anything, but there was no response. I heard the footsteps retreat back toward her bedroom, and then I heard her door gently close. I figured she had just gotten up to use the restroom, so I went back to the couch and continued watching my show. About an hour later, I decided to go into the kitchen to grab a sandwich that I had brought with me and stored in the refrigerator. I plated my sandwich and started walking back toward the living room. As I stepped through the kitchen doorway, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I gasped and dropped my plate, sending it shattering across the floor. Standing right there in the dark hallway was Martha. She was staring at me. I immediately apologized for the noise and asked her if she was okay. But instead of replying calmly, she started screaming at me at the top of her lungs. She kept screaming, "Who are you? And why are you in my house?" I kept my voice as calm and soothing as possible. I reminded her of my name and explained that I was her direct care worker, and that I was there to keep her safe. She continued to scream that she didn't know me, but after a few minutes of gentle reassurance, I finally managed to calm her down. I guided her back up the stairs and into her bedroom. I brought her a fresh glass of water and a melatonin gummy to help her sleep. I stood by her bed and made sure she actually swallowed them before I headed back downstairs. By the time 2 in the morning rolled around, I was absolutely exhausted. My body was screaming for sleep. There was a small spare bedroom located upstairs with a twin-sized bed, and Colleen had told me that I was welcome to rest there if Martha was settled. I felt confident that the melatonin had done its job, and that Martha was fast asleep for the night. I went upstairs, crawled into the twin bed, and fell asleep within seconds, but my rest didn't last long. I woke up about an hour later to an incredibly disturbing sound coming from downstairs. It was a loud, rhythmic slamming noise. Every couple of seconds, I would hear a heavy metallic slam. I bolted out of bed. I had purposely left my bedroom door cracked open so I would be able to hear if Martha got out of bed. I crept out to the hallway and quickly realized the slamming noise was coming from the kitchen. I crept down the stairs as fast as I could while trying to remain completely silent. When I reached the bottom, I peeked around the corner into the dark kitchen. What I saw looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. In the pitch blackness of the kitchen, I could see Martha's dark silhouette. She was standing directly in front of the kitchen oven. She was repeatedly pulling the heavy metal oven door wide open and then violently slamming it shut over and over again. It was incredibly unsettling. I raised my voice and called out her name. Martha immediately froze. She stopped slamming the door, slowly turned her head toward me, and closed the oven door one final time. She didn't say a word. She just started walking slowly toward me, heading toward the stairs. I stepped back and asked her in a quiet, trembling voice if she was okay. As she passed by me, she got close enough for me to see her face. She had a completely blank, expressionless stare. She didn't even look at me as she walked past and started climbing the stairs. I followed her up to her room. As soon as she got inside, she slammed her bedroom door shut. I knocked gently on the wood and asked if she was all right. There was no answer. I slowly opened the door to check on her, and I saw her standing at the far side of her bed, just staring blankly at the wall. I had seen a lot of strange behaviors in my line of work, but this was incredibly creepy. I walked over, gently took her arm, and guided her back into her bed. I tucked her in, wished her a good night, and quietly closed the door. I went back to the spare bedroom and lay down. I tried to stay awake for at least 30 minutes just to make sure she didn't get up again, but my extreme exhaustion got the better of me, and I fell back asleep. Sometime later, I woke up once more. The room was still completely pitch black. I looked around, wondering what had woken me up this time. That was when I heard a faint rustling sound coming from inside the bedroom closet. I stared at the closet door and realized it was cracked open slightly. Peeking out from the dark gap was a pale human head. My heart stopped. I gasped out Martha's name. There was no response. I kept calling her name, my voice cracking with fear. Finally, she slowly pushed the closet door wide open and began to step toward the bed. She started repeating the exact same words she had screamed at me earlier. "Who are you? I don't know you." I frantically reached over to the bedside table and fumbled with the lamp until the light finally clicked on, and that was when I saw it. Clutched tightly in Martha's right hand was a massive, sharp kitchen knife. In that single instant, everything changed. Martha was no longer just a confused patient. She was an active, deadly threat to my life. I scrambled backward on the bed and screamed at her to put the knife down. My loud scream seemed to agitate her even more. She stepped closer, waving the knife, and continued to scream that she didn't know who I was. I knew there was absolutely no way I was going to try and negotiate with a knife-wielding dementia patient. That was definitely not in my job description. I quickly calculated my escape route, jumped off the opposite side of the bed, and bolted for the door. As I ran past her, she screamed and took a wild swipe at me with the knife. Fortunately, it was a slow, weak swing, and she missed me completely. I sprinted down the stairs, grabbed my keys, and ran out the front door into the safety of the night. Instead of calling the police, I decided to call Colleen first. I knew that involving law enforcement could make things incredibly complicated for their family, so I wanted to give her a chance to handle it. When Colleen answered, she was furious that I had left her mother alone. I yelled back at her, explaining that her mother had literally just tried to stab me with a kitchen knife. Colleen had to leave her shift and rush home. I stayed outside in my locked car, keeping a close eye on the front door to make sure Martha didn't wander outside. When Colleen finally arrived and we went back inside, Martha was tucked back into her bed, fast asleep. Colleen actually had the audacity to accuse me of exaggerating the entire incident until she walked over to Martha's bed and found the large kitchen knife lying right on the nightstand. I decided to leave out the fact that I had gone to sleep, just to avoid giving her any extra leverage to blame me. I packed up my things and drove home. I never worked for that family again, and in all my 9 years of being a direct care aide, Martha was by far the scariest patient I ever had to deal with. When I was 23 years old, I had to move to a completely different state for a new job. I still work for the same company today, but thankfully, I have since been able to transfer back to my hometown office. But at the time, I was young, broke, and desperately needed to find a place to live that wouldn't completely break my bank account. I decided to post an ad looking for a roommate on basically every platform I could think of, including Facebook, Craigslist, Twitter, and even my new city's local subreddit. A few days later, a guy named Rob reached out to me on Facebook. He told me that he had a spare bedroom available in his house for a very reasonable price. I went to his profile and checked out his photos. He looked like a pretty normal, average guy. I was open to the idea of having a male roommate as long as he seemed respectable. Even though my parents were highly against the idea of me living with a strange man, Rob and I eventually set up a FaceTime call so we could chat, and he could give me a virtual tour of the property. He explained that he actually owned the house outright. It was a modest, clean home located right in the center of town, which was perfect because it was only a 10-minute drive from my new office. Rob seemed very friendly and polite on the call, and I didn't get any bad vibes from him whatsoever. His price was very fair, and his house rules seemed completely reasonable. He told me the room was ready for me to move in immediately, so we shook hands virtually and agreed on the deal. A week later, I had my car packed to the brim and drove down to the house. Rob met me right outside on the driveway, greeted me warmly, and handed me my own set of keys. The very first thing I noticed about him in person was that he was incredibly short. He was actually the exact same height as me, right at eye level. He was very polite and helped me carry some of my heaviest bags inside. He showed me to my room, which was already fully furnished. He mentioned that one of his friends had been living in the room previously, but had recently moved out. I made sure to replace all of the pillows and bed sheets with my own, of course. For the rest of that first day, I just focused on unpacking and settling into my new space. I could tell that Rob was trying hard to get to know me and make me feel welcome in his home. I didn't get any overly flirtatious vibes from him at first. The next day was a Sunday, and Rob offered to drive me around the area to show me the local spots. I wasn't super eager to go, but I figured it would be a good way to start our roommate relationship off on the right foot, so I agreed. He drove us around town, pointing out the best grocery stores, shopping centers, and restaurants. But then, he suggested that we stop and grab a sit-down lunch together. I really wasn't hungry, and the way he was suggesting the lunch felt a bit too much like a date. I wanted to make sure he didn't get the wrong impression. I was just his tenant, and I needed to keep things professional. I told him I wasn't hungry, but he immediately suggested that we go grab a couple of drinks at a local bar instead. I politely declined his offer, telling him that I never drink on nights before a workday. He started to get a bit pushy, saying, "Come on, it is just a couple of quick drinks, it won't hurt." I maintained my polite but firm boundary and said maybe another time. Almost instantly, his entire demeanor changed. He went completely silent and got a very sour look on his face, clearly upset by my rejection. I'll admit I felt pretty uncomfortable, but I brushed it off, thinking it was just a minor awkward moment. That week was my very first week at my new job, so my mind was completely consumed with trying to adjust to my new routine. But a few days into the week, I came home to do some laundry. As I walked into my room, I noticed that my laundry hamper, which was full of my dirty clothes, seemed to have been moved from where I always kept it. It was a small detail, but it felt off. When I started loading my clothes into the washing machine, I realized with a shock that a specific pair of my underwear was missing. I went back to my room and searched every single nook and cranny, thinking I must have misplaced it, but it was completely gone. A highly disturbing thought popped into my mind. What if Rob had gone into my room and taken it? I tried to force the thought out of my head. I didn't want to believe that he was capable of doing something so incredibly creepy, and there was absolutely no way I was going to confront him about it without proof. But from that moment on, I started desperately wishing that my bedroom door had a lock on it. That weekend, while Rob was out of the house, I drove over to the local hardware store and bought a lockable doorknob. I came home and quickly swapped out the existing doorknob on my bedroom door with the new locked one. Finally, I felt a sense of security. I could leave the house knowing my privacy was protected. I figured I would just mention the change to Rob the next time I saw him. But he didn't come home at all that night. At around 1:30 in the morning, I was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of someone violently banging on my bedroom door. It was Rob. He was aggressively calling out my name, and his voice sounded incredibly angry. I checked my phone and realized how late it was. I was terrified. I decided to just lie completely still and pretend that I was fast asleep. I was honestly too scared to open the door and face him. I had a strong feeling that his anger had everything to do with the new locked doorknob, and I was right. The next morning, I woke up to a barrage of angry text messages from Rob. He told me that we needed to have a serious talk as soon as I got home from work. I texted him back, asking if this was about the doorknob. He replied with a simple yes. I texted him an apology and explained that I had been planning on telling him about it. He immediately shot back a message saying, "It comes off today." I was starting to get incredibly bad, aggressive vibes from him. I took a few minutes to carefully craft my next response. I explained to him that as a young woman living alone with a man I didn't know very well, having a lock on my door simply made me feel much safer and gave me the privacy I needed. He replied a bit more politely this time. but he still firmly insisted that the lock had to be removed immediately. I was incredibly frustrated, but since it was his house, I felt like I had to respect his rules. I went home the next day, removed the locked doorknob and put the original one back on, but things were about to get so much worse. A few days later, while Rob was away at work, there was a quiet knock at the front door. I opened it to find a young woman, roughly my age, standing on the porch. She looked at me with a worried expression and asked if I was currently living there with Rob. When I told her that I was, she looked me dead in the eye and told me that I needed to pack my things and get out of that house immediately. She explained that Rob had multiple active restraining orders against him from several different women. She said he was a well-known, highly dangerous stalker in the area. I was completely speechless. My heart sank into my stomach. I asked her how she even knew I was living there. She explained that she lived nearby and knew that Rob had been trying to rent out his spare room. She said she wasn't at all surprised when she saw that he had chosen a young, unsuspecting girl to move in. She had been waiting for a moment when his car wasn't in the driveway so she could safely come over and warn me. I thanked her from the bottom of my heart. I was absolutely terrified now. I had already paid Rob rent for the entire month, but I didn't care about the money anymore. The girl promised to help me in any way she could, gave me her phone number, and walked away. I immediately started packing my clothes into suitcases. I hopped online and frantically searched for any available apartments in the area. Luckily, I found a studio apartment sublet across town that was available for immediate move-in. I began quietly loading some of my smaller bags into the trunk of my car. I sent Rob a text message, lying to him and saying that a family emergency had suddenly come up and that I would have to pack up and move back home the following day. He didn't reply to my text. About an hour later, I heard his car pull into the driveway. He walked into the house, came straight to my room, and asked me about my text. I did my absolute best to act natural and play up the fake family emergency. He looked at me suspiciously, but eventually nodded and said he would go to the bank the next morning to get my rent money back. I felt a massive wave of relief wash over me, but later that evening, there was a soft knock on my door. It was Rob. He stood in the doorway and asked me if some girl had come by the house and said something to me. I forced myself to look confused. I lied and said no, and asked him what he meant. He just muttered, "Never mind," and said it just felt like I was running away for some other reason. I continued to insist that it was purely because of my family. He finally nodded and walked away. That night, I fell into a restless sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I suddenly woke up, my eyes adjusted to the dark room, and my heart instantly stopped. I let out a blood-curdling scream. Sitting right at the foot of my bed, completely silent, was Rob. He immediately lunged forward, placed his hand tightly over my mouth, and hissed, "Shh, stop screaming." I was shivering violently. I begged him not to hurt me. He looked at me in the dark and said, "Why would I hurt you? I know that girl said something to you. You shouldn't believe what those crazy girls say about me." I told him through my tears that he was terrifying me. And then, he did something that was so incredibly disturbing it still makes my skin crawl. He reached out and started gently caressing my bare leg, whispering, "I don't mean to scare you." The physical touch snapped me out of my frozen state. I violently kicked my leg away, scrambled off the bed, and ran out of the room as fast as I could. Rob screamed at me to stop, but I didn't look back. I sprinted out the front door, ran down the street, and frantically called 911 on my phone. I hid behind a large bush at the corner of the block until the police cruisers arrived. I explained the entire horrifying situation to the officers. They walked back to the house with me and made Rob step outside to give his side of the story. I told the police that I didn't care about anything else. I just wanted to get the rest of my belongings out of that house so I could leave. The officers stood guard inside my room, watching over me as I quickly threw the rest of my things into trash bags and carried them out to my car. While the police were standing there, I also demanded that Rob send me my refund money via Venmo. With the officers watching him, he had no choice but to comply. The entire time the police were present, Rob did his absolute best to act like a completely normal, polite guy. But once we were outside, one of the officers pulled me aside and confirmed that Rob indeed had a lengthy record of arrests and complaints involving harassment and stalking of women. But since Rob denied ever entering my room or touching me that night, it was ultimately just my word against his. I drove away from that house and checked into a nearby hotel for the night. The very next day, I officially moved into the studio apartment. I was incredibly lucky that the landlord was able to accommodate such a sudden move. But that night changed me. I made a solemn promise to myself that I will never, under any circumstances, live with a man I do not know ever again. One night, when I was about 15 or 16 years old, I found myself completely home alone. I can't quite remember where the rest of my family had gone, but I knew I had the entire house to myself for the night. Back then, I was an absolute gaming addict. I was completely obsessed with a PC game called StarCraft, and I would regularly spend my entire weekend nights glued to my computer screen. This was right before the global lockdowns began. My bedroom was located on the first floor of our house. I was sitting at my desk, deep in the middle of an intense StarCraft match, when the front doorbell suddenly rang twice. I groaned, not wanting to walk away from my game and risk losing the match. I stood up and hurried to the front door. As I always did when I was home alone, I kept the door closed and called out, "Who is it?" A very soft, weak voice responded from the other side of the door. It sounded like an older woman, but her words were muffled. I slowly opened the heavy wooden door, keeping the locked metal storm door between us. Standing on the porch was an elderly woman. She had a wide, friendly smile on her face, but she was holding both of her hands behind her back. I looked through the glass and asked how I could help her. She told me that she desperately needed to use a phone and asked if I would let her step inside the house. Ever since I was a little kid, my parents had drilled it into my head to never, under any circumstances, let a stranger into our home. That rule applied to everyone, even sweet-looking old ladies. But I felt incredibly awkward. I didn't know how to politely turn her away. I decided to tell her that there was a public library located just a few blocks down the street, and that they would definitely have a phone she could use, deep down. I knew the library was already closed for the night, but I was just desperately trying to get this stranger to leave my porch. The woman's smile didn't waver, but her tone suddenly shifted. She looked at me and said, "That is very rude of you to turn away an old lady who is just asking for help." I felt a pang of guilt, but I stuck to my rules. I told her that my parents had a very strict house rule about not letting strangers inside when they weren't home. I started slowly closing the heavy wooden door, offering a quick apology. She just stood there on the porch, completely motionless, staring at me with that same wide smile. But now, that smile felt incredibly menacing. I walked back to my bedroom and sat down at my computer, trying to get back into my game. But a few minutes later, the front doorbell rang again. I decided right then and there that I was absolutely not going to open that door a second time. That woman had given off incredibly strange, unsettling vibes. I tried to tell myself that maybe she was just suffering from dementia and was confused about where she was, but I wasn't going to take any chances. I turned off the volume on my computer game, unable to concentrate anymore. Suddenly, I heard a quiet, metallic tapping sound coming from my bedroom window. The window was located directly in front of my desk. I had the blinds pulled all the way down, so I couldn't see outside, but my heart immediately began to race. My bedroom was the only room in the entire house that currently had a light on. The horrifying realization that the old woman had walked off the porch and was now standing right outside my bedroom window terrified me. The rhythmic, metallic tapping on the glass continued. I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood up, left my bedroom, and walked into the dark living room, sitting on the couch in complete silence. A moment later, the front doorbell rang yet again. This woman was actively harassing me now. I tried to convince myself that she wasn't a real threat, just a confused elderly person. When the doorbell rang for the third and fourth time, I decided to go back to the door. I figured I could at least ask her through the closed door if there was a specific phone number she wanted me to dial for her. But when I opened the wooden door and looked through the storm glass, the old woman was gone. Standing there instead was a man who looked to be about 10 years younger than her. He looked at me through the glass and asked if I had seen his elderly mother. I told him that she had just been at my door a few minutes prior. The man looked incredibly relieved, apologized profusely, and explained that his mother suffered from severe dementia and had managed to slip out of their house. I immediately felt a wave of relief and guilt, But then the man asked if he could step inside my house for just a second. The awkwardness returned. Why would he need to come inside my house to find his mother? I maintained my boundary and told him that we could just talk through the closed door. I mentioned that I thought his mother might have walked into my backyard, because I had just heard some strange noises tapping on my bedroom window a few minutes ago. I told him he was welcome to go around the side of the house and check the backyard. He thanked me, stepped off the porch, and walked down the side path. I hurried to the back of the house and peeked out the kitchen window, expecting to see him searching the yard with a flashlight. But the backyard was completely empty. There was no sign of the man or his mother anywhere. The whole situation felt incredibly off. I decided to head upstairs to my parents' room and try to go to sleep early. I left the TV on in the background to help drown out the silence. But just as I was starting to drift off, I heard that distinct, metallic tapping sound again. It was coming from my bedroom window downstairs. I decided I needed to see what was actually going on. I crept downstairs, walked into my dark bedroom, and slowly approached the window. I reached out, grabbed the plastic blind, and lifted it up just a few inches to peek outside. Standing right there in the dark, staring directly up at me with that same terrifying wide smile, was the old woman, and in her hand, she was repeatedly tapping the blade of a large kitchen knife directly against my window pane. I let go of the blind, scrambled backward, and fell onto my bed. I was shivering, unable to comprehend the horror of what I was seeing. A few seconds later, the front doorbell started ringing violently, over and over again. The tapping on my window finally stopped. I lay frozen in my bed, realizing that the entire thing had been a coordinated setup. The man and the old woman were working together, trying to trick me into opening the door so they could rob the house or do something much worse. I refused to move. I stayed in my bed, praying they would eventually go away. I didn't have my own cell phone at the time, and for some reason, I was too terrified to run to the kitchen and use the landline to call the police. I just waited in the dark until the ringing finally stopped and the night fell silent. The next morning, I called my dad and told him everything that had happened. He praised me for being smart and keeping the doors locked. When my parents got home, we all agreed that it was almost certainly an attempted home invasion. If I had let my guard down for even a second, or if I had opened that door to help that supposed concerned son, I don't even want to think about what they would have done to me. This next story happened a very long time ago, so some of the minor details are a bit blurry. But the core memory of that day is something that is permanently burned into my brain. It was the absolute last day of the school year, and I was in the 4th grade. In our local school district, 4th grade was the very last year of elementary school, meaning it was the last year where students were required to be picked up directly by a parent or guardian. Once you reached the 5th grade, you were finally allowed to walk home on your own. My mother was always the one who picked me up from school, and on this particular day, my best friend Dennis and I had a big play date planned to celebrate the start of summer vacation. Dennis wasn't in my specific class that year, but we had been best friends since kindergarten. Because we were in different classes, we were assigned to different dismissal hallways at the end of the day. When the final bell rang, my class lined up in a single file line and walked down to our designated exit door, where we waited outside on the sidewalk with our teacher, Miss Blue. I stood there, scanning the massive crowd of parents shuffling around the parking lot waiting to spot Dennis's dad. Suddenly, I heard a voice call out my name, "Tommy, Tommy." I looked over and saw a man waving at me as he approached our group. He walked up, introduced himself as Dennis's uncle, and told me that he was there to pick me up. I turned to Miss Blue and told her that my friend's uncle was here to take me. Miss Blue looked at the man, who offered a polite wave, and she dismissed me without asking for any identification. I grabbed my backpack and walked away with him. As we walked toward the parking lot, I noticed the man seemed incredibly jittery. He spoke very fast, had a slight stutter, and was walking at a very brisk pace. It was actually quite difficult for me to keep up with him, with my heavy backpack weighing me down. He quickly explained to me that his brother Dennis's dad had been called into work late, so he had been asked to drive me back to their house instead. We eventually reached his car, which was a dark red hatchback. I climbed into the back seat, and as he started the engine, I finally realized the massive elephant in the room. I looked around the car and realized Dennis wasn't there. I asked him where Dennis was and why we hadn't picked him up too. The man turned around in his seat, looked at me, and said that Dennis was already waiting for us at his house. I was an incredibly shy kid around adults I didn't know, so I didn't push the issue, even though I was feeling very confused. The entire drive, the man wouldn't stop talking. He was rambling on about his own elementary school days, and asking me all kinds of questions about what sports I played and what we were learning in class. We had been driving for about 10 minutes, which felt like a really long time. In our small town, all the houses were packed close together, and my own house was only a 5-minute walk from the school. We were definitely in an unfamiliar part of town. The man finally pulled the car up to a small, ordinary-looking house. He unlocked the car doors, led me up the front steps, and quickly locked the heavy front door behind us as soon as we stepped inside. The interior of the house was incredibly dark. I realized that every single window had heavy dark curtains drawn shut, completely blocking out the afternoon sun. It felt like nighttime in there, and the only light came from a single, dim lamp in the corner of the living room. The man turned to me and smiled. I looked around nervously and asked where Dennis was. The man's demeanor suddenly became incredibly twitchy and nervous. He stammered out that Dennis was downstairs in the basement playing video games, and told me to wait right there while he went to grab him. He turned and walked into a nearby room, and a second later, I heard the creak of a door opening, followed by the sound of footsteps heading down into a basement. My heart immediately began to hammer against my ribs. A primitive survival instinct kicked in, and I knew with absolute certainty that I was in extreme danger. I crept over to the front door and gently turned the knob, but it was locked tight. It was one of those deadbolts that required a physical key to open from both the inside and the outside, and the key was nowhere to be seen. I began to panic. I realized that Dennis was definitely not in this house. I ran into the kitchen and spotted a landline phone hanging on the wall. I frantically pulled the receiver off the hook and dialed 911. As soon as the operator answered, I whispered into the receiver as quietly as I could, "Please send help. I think I have been kidnapped." The operator heard me and started asking me questions, but I was too terrified to speak. I quickly set the phone down on the counter and hid it beneath a kitchen towel, leaving the line wide open so the operator could hear everything. I scrambled back to the living room, just as I heard the man's heavy footsteps coming back up the stairs. He stepped into the room, looked at me and said, "Come on down, Dennis is waiting for you." I stood there frozen. He repeated my name, and when I didn't move, he walked over to me. His friendly fake smile completely vanished. He reached out, grabbed my wrist in a painfully tight grip, and began violently dragging me toward the basement door. I began to scream and cry, thrashing around to get away. The man shook me and screamed that he would let me go if I just stopped crying and behaved. Terrified, I went silent. He pushed me through the basement door, and as I stumbled down the stairs, the heavy door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the lock click into place. I walked down to the bottom of the stairs. The basement was completely unfinished, with cold concrete floors and a single support beam in the center of the room. A single bare yellow light bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a depressing glow over the empty space. I sat down on the cold floor, hugging my knees and crying silently. For what felt like hours, I could hear the man walking around on the floorboards directly above my head. Suddenly, the basement door creaked open, and the man called down, asking if I was hungry. I quickly yelled back that I wasn't. I was terrified that if he went into the kitchen to make food, he would discover the hidden phone and the active 911 call. He grunted, closed the door, and locked it again. I sat there in the dim yellow light, my heart in my throat, and then the silence of the house was shattered by the loud, persistent sound of the front doorbell ringing. This was immediately followed by heavy, violent banging on the front door, and the loud, booming voices of police officers demanding entry. I held my breath, too terrified to make a sound. I waited to hear the man's footsteps walk to the door, but he stayed completely silent. The banging on the door got louder and louder, until there was a massive splintering crash. I heard several pairs of heavy boots storm into the house, with officers screaming for the suspect to get on the ground. I began screaming for help at the top of my lungs, running up the basement stairs and pounding on the locked door. A second later, the lock clicked, the door swung open, and a police officer reached in, grabbed me, and carried me out into the warm sunlight. There were several police cruisers parked on the street with their lights flashing. I was wrapped in a blanket and sat on the bumper of an ambulance, where I had to recount my story to the officers. A few minutes later, I watched as the man was led out of the house in handcuffs. That was the last time I ever saw his face. My parents arrived on the scene shortly after. My mom was crying hysterically, wrapping me in a tight hug. I later found out that the man was actually a former work associate of Dennis's father. He had somehow found out that Dennis's dad was supposed to pick us up from school that day, and he had used that information to orchestrate the kidnapping. I don't know how he knew what I looked like, and as I grew older, I never asked my parents for any more details. I spent several months in child counseling, trying to process the trauma of that day. My parents were absolutely furious with Miss Blue for letting me walk away with a complete stranger without verifying his identity. If I hadn't had the quick thinking to call 911 and hide that phone under the towel, I know for a fact that I would not be alive today. This final story happened on New Year's Eve of the year 2020. Like everyone else in the world at that time, my friends and I were incredibly eager for that awful, stressful year to finally be over. My close friend Logan decided to throw a small house party at his parents' place to celebrate the new year. I arrived at his house pretty early in the evening to help him set up the drinks and speakers. Since I was planning on drinking quite a bit, I had secured a spot to sleep in his parents' guest room so I wouldn't have to worry about driving home. His parents were out of town for the weekend, so we had the entire place to ourselves. Most of our tight-knit friend group showed up, along with a handful of Logan's friends from college, whom I had never met before. The party was an absolute blast. When the clock finally struck midnight, everyone cheered, hugged, and toasted to the new year. After the initial excitement of midnight passed, people slowly began to leave the house. By 3 in the morning, the house had gone completely quiet. The only people left were Logan, me, and our friend Cody, who was already fast asleep on the living room couch. Logan and I were sitting in the kitchen, having a quiet conversation, when we suddenly started hearing a strange noise. At first, it was very faint, and we couldn't quite tell what it was. It sounded like a slow, rhythmic creaking sound. We initially dismissed it as just the old refrigerator running or the house settling, but the sound persisted. Eventually, the creaking sound got so loud and consistent that we couldn't ignore it anymore. We stood up and began searching the main floor of the house. As we got closer to the basement door, we realized the sound was definitely coming from downstairs. Logan slowly opened the basement door, and the creaking sound instantly got much louder. I looked at Logan and told him to go down and see what it was. He shook his head vigorously and said there was no way he was going down there alone. He leaned over the dark staircase and yelled out, "Is there anyone down there?" The moment his voice echoed down the stairs, the creaking sound instantly stopped. The silence that followed was incredibly heavy. We stood at the top of the stairs for a full minute, waiting to see if we would hear anything else, but there was nothing. Drunkenly, we decided that we needed to go down together to investigate. We walked back to the kitchen, and each of us grabbed a large knife from the block. In hindsight, we were so drunk that we probably would have only ended up hurting ourselves, but it made us feel safer at the time. We crept down the wooden stairs, holding our knives out. Logan's basement was pretty messy at the time. It had a couch, a TV, a small bar area, and various piles of old junk and boxes scattered around. We carefully searched every single corner of the room, looking behind the couch and under the bar, but there was absolutely no one down there. I stood in the center of the room, trying to figure out what could have been making that loud creaking sound. That was when my eyes landed on an old wooden rocking chair sitting in the corner of the room. I walked over to it, sat down, and began to rock back and forth. The wooden joints of the chair let out a loud, distinct creaking sound. It was the exact same sound we had been hearing from upstairs. Logan and I looked at each other, and in that instant, every single hair on my body stood on end. We realized that someone, or something, had been actively rocking in that chair just moments before we came downstairs. We didn't say a word. We both turned around and ran up those basement stairs faster than we had ever run in our entire lives. We slammed the heavy door shut, locked it, and spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room with all the lights turned on. Logan kept that basement door locked tight for several days until his parents finally came home. It turns out that the rocking chair had actually belonged to Logan's grandmother, who had passed away many years prior. I had never believed in the paranormal before that night, and I haven't experienced anything like it since. But to this day, whenever I think about that empty rocking chair moving on its own in the dark basement, it sends a cold shiver straight down my spine. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. In the summer of 1991, a 12-year-old boy named Jared Negretti was incredibly excited to go on a camping trip. He was a member of a local Boy Scout troop, and this trip was supposed to be a fun, challenging adventure. The troop, which consisted of 14 other boys and their scoutmaster, was heading out to hike towards the summit of Mount San Gorgonio. This mountain is located in the San Bernardino National Forest in Southern California. Jared was on the shorter and heavier side, which made hiking up a steep mountain much harder for him. But he was determined to keep up and have a great time with his friends. As the day went on and the group climbed higher, the physical toll started to show. Around 6 p.m., the group was about 1,000 feet away from the summit. At this point, another group of hikers who were on their way down the mountain spotted Jared. He was straggling behind his troop, clearly struggling with the pace. The hikers noticed that Jared was trying to take shortcuts across the switchbacks on the trail to catch up. They immediately told him not to do that and warned him to stay on the main trail for his own safety. These hikers then continued on and notified the scoutmaster, who was already up at the summit, that one of his boys was lagging behind. The scoutmaster was an experienced hiker and knew the area well. He told the hikers that he would pick up Jared on his way down. It seemed like a straightforward plan, but the problem was, when the scoutmaster finally began his descent and went to look for Jared, the boy was nowhere to be seen. He had completely vanished. As soon as the scoutmaster realized that Jared was gone, panic set in, but he had to make a difficult decision. He could not leave the other 14 scouts stranded on the mountain in the dark. So, he gathered the remaining boys and quickly guided them back to the base camp. Once they were safe, the scoutmaster hiked about 5 miles in the pitch black of night to get help. Soon, sheriff's deputies and search and rescue teams were mobilized. They began a massive search operation covering a 130 square mile area of the San Gorgonio wilderness. This area is extremely difficult to navigate, with very rocky terrain and a dense tree line. Within 3 days, searchers managed to focus their efforts on a 6 square mile area. In this zone, they made some promising discoveries. They found a footprint in the dirt that they believed matched one of Jared's high-top tennis shoes. Nearby, they also found beef jerky and candy wrappers, which they believed Jared had dropped as he walked. And perhaps most importantly, they found his camera. When investigators developed the film roll inside, they found 12 pictures. Most of them were simple landscape photos that Jared had taken when he was still hiking with his troop. But the very last picture on the roll was incredibly haunting. It was a self-portrait. It appeared that Jared had pointed the camera at his own face, using the flash to illuminate himself. Investigators believed he might have lost the camera when he slid down a portion of the steep mountainside. The search grew even larger. At least 70 officers were deployed, with some being airlifted by helicopters and others searching on horseback. Some of the helicopters were equipped with specialized infrared scanning technology to detect body heat. Over the next 2 weeks, the scale of the search became massive. As many as 3,000 people volunteered, logging 45,000 hours of search time. They combed through 50 square miles of the San Bernardino National Forest. But despite all of this, they found nothing else. This raises the question of what actually happened to him. Did he simply fall off the trail and slip down the mountain slide? While that is possible, it seems highly unlikely that his body would not have been found in the immediate area around the switchbacks he was cutting down. Some people wondered if he might have been the victim of a wild bear attack, but searchers found absolutely no signs of blood, no drag marks, and no other evidence that would point to an animal attack. Others believe he might have been abducted by a predator, especially since the mountain is heavily used by other hikers. To this day, over 3 decades later, Jared's remains have never been found, and his disappearance remains a profound mystery. On the cold night of February 24th, 1978, 5 young men from Yuba County, California, set out for what should have been a fun, simple road trip. Their names were Bill Sterling, Jack Hez, Ted Weir, Jack Madruga, and Gary Mattis. They were heading to California State University in Chico to watch a basketball game. All 5 of these men suffered from mild mental issues, but they were still fully capable of functioning in society. They were very close friends and did almost everything together. In fact, they were scheduled to play in a Special Olympics basketball game of their own the very next day. They were so excited that they had already laid out their uniforms before leaving for the college game. And then, when the night ended and the next day arrived, the men did not return. Their friends and family quickly grew incredibly concerned. What was supposed to be a quick trip to watch a game turned into a chilling mystery. A police search was launched shortly after they were reported missing. A few days later, searchers made their first major breakthrough, but it only brought more questions. The men's car, a Mercury Montego, was found abandoned in a very strange location. It was far from the route they should have taken to get back to Yuba City. In fact, it was about an hour in the wrong direction, driven up a winding mountain pass in the Plumas National Forest at the northern point of the Sierra Nevada. When police inspected the vehicle, they found a few empty food wrappers and drink bottles inside. Other than that, the car was completely empty. Curiously, the car was in perfect working condition. It was lodged in a snowbank, but there were no signs of foul play. But the car could have been easily pushed out of the snow by the 5 young men. For the next week, police and forest rangers searched the snowy wilderness, hoping to find any sign of the group. Unfortunately, a massive winter storm rolled in, dumping feet of snow and covering any potential tracks or clues. As the search stalled, police received a few reported sightings. First, a man named Joseph Scahn called the police with a strange story. He said he saw them on the Friday they disappeared, while trying to push his own stuck car out of the snow. While doing so, Joseph suffered a mild heart attack. As he lay in his car, he saw flashlight beams outside and a small group of people. He cried out to them for help, but they suddenly turned off their lights and disappeared into the dark, completely ignoring him. Another witness, a local store owner, claimed she saw 5 men in a red pickup truck on Saturday and Sunday, about an hour away from where the abandoned car was found. She told police that 2 of the men came into her store to buy food and use the phone, while the others stayed in the truck. But these leads led nowhere. The mystery deepened significantly months later, in June of that year, when the snow finally melted. A local man was walking in the forest and noticed a broken window on a Forest Service trailer. This trailer was located about 19.5 miles away from where the car had been abandoned. When police went inside to inspect it, they made a gruesome discovery. They found the body of Ted Weir lying on a bed. He was wrapped in many layers of blankets, and his feet were badly frostbitten. Forensic analysis revealed that he had died of starvation, which made absolutely no sense, because there was a massive supply of non-perishable food readily available in the trailer that had not been opened. Even more bizarre was the fireplace. There was plenty of wood and matches, and he could have easily started a fire to keep warm, but the fireplace was completely untouched. There were also warm snow clothes inside the trailer that Ted had never used. Forensics estimated that Ted might have survived in that trailer for up to 13 weeks after the initial disappearance. Outside the trailer, the search became even more tragic. The bones of Bill Sterling, Jack Hoots, and Jack Madruga were found scattered in the woods not far from Ted's body. They had all died of hypothermia. But strangely, Gary Mattis was never found. Only his shoes were discovered in the nearby woods. To this day, no one can explain why the group drove up that mountain, why they abandoned a working car they could have easily pushed out of the snow, why they ignored Joseph Scahn's cries for help, or why Ted Weir starved and froze to death in a trailer fully stocked with food and heating supplies. Fast forward to June of 2004, to a town called Scotia, New York. A 17-year-old boy named Craig Fryer was living a life that many would envy. He was a popular kid, described as having dimples, red hair, and a welcoming smile. He was a star soccer player at Scotia Glenville High School, and he was just about to be named the captain of his team. On top of that, several colleges were already showing interest in offering him athletic scholarships. He had recently taken a part-time job, and his future was looking incredibly bright. But all of that promise vanished on June 27, 2004, when Craig walked into the woods and was never seen again. To understand what happened, we have to look back at the weeks leading up to his disappearance. When Craig got a job at the Price Chopper supermarket in Glenville, his parents were very proud of him for managing his time so well between school, sports, and work. On the day he disappeared, his parents saw him walk out of the house. He was carrying his uniform, and his mother, Veronica, thought he was going to work. Later that afternoon, Veronica went to shop at the supermarket where Craig worked, but she could find no trace of him. When she asked the manager, she was shocked to learn that Craig was not on the schedule. In fact, he had been fired from his job 2 months earlier. He had been pretending to work there for weeks after his termination so that his parents would not know. Deeply upset, Veronica tried to reach him, but Craig had left his cell phone and wallet at home. She then called his girlfriend, who, unbeknownst to the parents, was actually his ex-girlfriend. At first, the girl claimed she had no idea where Craig was. But during a second call, filled with guilt, she admitted that Craig was actually right there with her. Veronica asked to speak to her son and lectured him over the phone, telling him he needed to come home immediately so they could talk about his lies. Craig was already highly emotional because of his recent breakup, and this phone call only added to his distress. He told his mother he would be home in 10 minutes, the time it would take to drive from his ex-girlfriend's place to home. He said goodbye to his ex-girlfriend and walked out. She watched him from her window as he walked toward his car, but then she saw him stop. He stood perfectly still for a moment, and then suddenly, he darted off in the opposite direction. It looked as if something had terrified him, and he was running away from imminent danger. Around this exact time, Craig's father arrived at the apartment complex to pick him up, but he only found Craig's car still parked in the lot. By 5 p.m., Veronica reported him missing. At first, the police were not too interested, assuming he was just a normal kid running away because of an argument. But as days passed without a word, and knowing he had no money or phone, they realized something was very wrong. They eventually got a lead when some local teenagers came forward. They told police they had seen a boy matching Craig's description walking along the railroad tracks behind the apartment complex. They claimed that when they called out to him, Craig turned, put his finger to his lips to motion for them to be quiet, and then silently disappeared into the woods. Massive searches of the railway lines, the woods, and the nearby Mohawk River were conducted with dogs, but they found absolutely nothing. For nearly 2 decades, the case went cold. But in 2021, a new lead emerged. A former co-worker of Craig's from the supermarket told investigators that sometime between June 27th and June 2nd, 2004, he saw Craig sitting in the passenger seat of a car. The car was traveling north on Route 50 in Glenville. The witness said the car stopped at a red light on Sheffield Road, then turned left and drove away. To this day, Craig's family is still searching for answers, wondering what could have made a young man with such a bright future run away into the woods and disappear forever. Finally, we have a case that is widely considered to be one of the most chilling and baffling disappearances in the history of national parks. In March of 2014, 2 young women from the Netherlands, Chris Kmers and Leanne Froon, traveled to Panama. They had spent the previous month working extra shifts at their jobs to save up enough money for this trip. After arriving in Panama, they eventually made their way to the small mountain town of Boquete, which is spelled Boca in local records. They were hosted by a family. On April 1st, 2014, Chris and Leanne decided to go for a hike on the scenic trails in the forest surrounding the town. This hike was unusual because they had a guide named Feliciano scheduled for the next day. For some reason, they decided to head out on their own a day early. They were accompanied on their walk by the host family's dog named Blue. Later that evening, Blue returned to the host family's house alone. The girls were nowhere to be found. The host family became worried and tried to contact Leanne's mother, who tried to call her daughter, but there was no response. The next morning, Feliciano arrived to meet the girls, but they never showed up. When he went to their host family's house, he discovered they had not slept in their beds. and almost all of their belongings were still in their room. They had taken their cell phones with them, but any calls to their numbers went straight to voicemail. A massive search was quickly organized, involving local farmers, search dogs, detectives, and helicopters. They searched the dense jungle for 10 days but found absolutely nothing. 2 months later, a local resident found a backpack near a riverbank. Inside the backpack was a camera and their cell phones. Not far from where the pack was found, searchers also discovered skeletal remains. DNA testing confirmed that these bones belonged to Chris and Leanne. When investigators analyzed the cell phone logs, they made a deeply disturbing discovery. Over the course of 10 days, the girls had repeatedly tried to dial 911, but they never had enough cell signal for the calls to go through. Inside the backpack, the camera contained 100 photos. The first 10 photos were normal vacation pictures, showing the girls smiling on the trail. But the remaining 90 photos were taken in pitch darkness between the hours of 1 and 4 in the morning. Some believe they were using the camera flash as a light source to see in the dark. One of these photos was a close-up of the back of Chris's head, showing what looked like a wound to her right temple, with blood in her hair. It is possible Leanne was using the flash to check her friend's injury. Or, more chillingly, some believe that someone else took those photos. Strangely, a hiking boot was found with a foot still inside, which was matched to Chris. Also found was a pelvic bone that belonged to Leanne. The official police theory is that they got lost. One of them fell and got hurt, and the other died trying to save her. But many people suspect foul play, pointing to the tour guide, Feliciano. Several other women have left reviews warning people about him, claiming he was overly aggressive, and had even joked about chopping off a girl's leg. Feliciano was also the one who found the shoe with the foot inside, located behind a very specific tree trunk, leading some to believe he knew exactly where to look. Whether it was a tragic accident or a sinister crime, the truth of what happened to Chris and Leanne remains a mystery. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. It was a weekend night, and a group of friends were hanging out at a college apartment before heading out for the night. They were pre-gaming, which meant they were having a few drinks, playing games, and listening to music to get excited before going to the local bars. Everyone was laughing and enjoying the typical drunken banter. Eventually, they walked down to a popular bar in town. The place was packed with people, and the music was loud. At some point during the night, a young man in the group started talking to a girl. He liked her and asked for her phone number. He reached into his pocket to get his phone, but his pocket was empty. He checked all his pockets, but the phone was gone. He retraced his steps, asking each bartender if anyone had turned in a lost phone, but no one had seen it. He could not even remember using his phone since they arrived at the bar. He stepped outside with a friend to call his number. Someone actually picked up. He heard the phone moving, but they did not say anything. He said, "Hello, where did you find this phone?" But there was only heavy breathing on the other end. He asked if they were at the bar, but the person hung up, and so he looked at his friend in confusion and tried calling his number again, but this time it went straight to voicemail. He tried using the Find My iPhone app on his friend's phone, but he had that feature switched off on his own device. At this point, his night was completely ruined. There was no way he could have fun knowing his phone was stolen. His friends told him to worry about it tomorrow and get help from the police in the morning. He decided to leave the bar and go home early. He unlocked his apartment, walked inside, and put a couple of slices of bread in the toaster for a late-night snack. But as he turned around, he saw his phone sitting right there on the kitchen counter. But the problem was, this made absolutely no sense. He signed into it and checked his recent calls. His heart sank. Someone had accepted his call, and it had lasted for 25 seconds. Someone had been inside his apartment to accept that call while he was out. He flipped the place upside down, screaming for whoever was hiding to come out. He called the cops, but with no proof of forced entry, they could only write a basic report. He spent a sleepless night knowing someone had been in his home. Fast forward to another late summer night, where a 17-year-old boy was gaming late in his room. His dad and little brother had gone to a Boy Scout campout, leaving him home alone with his mom. She was already asleep in her bedroom, It was about 2 in the morning when he finished gaming and went to use the bathroom. While sitting on the toilet, he heard a faint tap on the bathroom door. He called out, "Mom, is that you?" There was no answer. He slowly opened the door, but there was nobody in the hallway. However, his bedroom door was now completely shut. He was certain he had left it open when he walked out. He went to his mom's room and told her someone might be in his room, but she did not take him seriously and told him to go back to sleep. He tried to convince himself that maybe he did shut it. He walked back to his bedroom, opened the door, and peeked inside. His heart exploded in his chest. In the dim light, he could see a hand sticking out from behind the dresser in the corner. Someone was hiding in his room. And then, he ran back to his mom's room as fast as he could and locked the door behind him. He was whispering in panic, telling her there was a man in the house. She finally believed him and grabbed her phone to call the cops. He put his ear to the door to try and hear what was happening outside in the hallway. He heard heavy footsteps come out of his bedroom and slowly approach his mom's room. The footsteps stopped right outside. He could see the outline of shoes through the bottom crack of the door. The intruder tried the doorknob, turning it slowly, but the lock held. This was enough to persuade him to give up, because he heard the man stomp down the stairs and walk out the front door. He hurried to the window to see which way the man was heading, but the stranger was already gone. Years earlier, when he was 10 years old, another boy experienced a terrifying night. His mom had started letting him stay home alone on weeknights while she worked her shifts. They were watching her friend's dog while they were away on vacation. His mom told him her friend would come by later to pick the dog up, and he would have to let them in through the back door since the dog's cage was right there. He sat in the den watching television with the dog by his side. Suddenly, the dog stood up, started to growl, and began barking loudly while looking out the window into the dark backyard. He tried to see what the dog was barking at, but it was too dark outside to see anything. He assumed it was just his mom's friend coming to get the dog. He went to the door, turned on the patio light, and peered out. The dog was still barking. He looked at every corner of the yard and saw someone standing by the garden shed. They were bending over, looking like they were picking something up. He assumed it was his mom's friend. But then the house phone rang. He had to answer it because his mom was very strict about him picking up the phone when he was home alone. He left the dog barking at the back door and answered the phone. It was his mom. She told him her friend was not coming that night after all, because they would not be home until after midnight. The boy froze, his voice shaking. He managed to blurt out that someone was standing in the yard. His mom started screaming, telling him to run to his room, lock his bedroom door, and hide under the bed immediately while she called the police. He ran upstairs and lay in silence under the bed for 10 minutes until he heard a knock at the front door. Thinking it was the police, he ran halfway down the stairs, but as he looked at the front door, his heart stopped. There was a face looking in through the window. A man was staring directly at him. He screamed that the police were coming, but the man just stood there like a statue, staring. He ran back upstairs, tripping in fear, and hid until the actual police arrived. The man was gone, and his mom never left him alone without a babysitter again. At this point, we look at another strange encounter that happened to a young couple. A long time ago, a teenager and his girlfriend wanted some privacy since their parents were always home. There was a vacant house on the corner of their block that had been abandoned for years. The back door was always left unlocked, which he knew because he had been inside with his friends before. They sneaked in through the back door, but before they could even go upstairs, they heard a sudden knock at the front door. They worried they had been caught. The girlfriend peeked out the window, but there was nobody on the porch. She locked the front door and turned back to him. He assured her it was just some neighborhood kids playing a prank on them. They made it halfway up the stairs when the frantic knocking started again. She checked the window, but the porch was still empty. She opened the door, but saw no one. He wanted to look tough to impress his girlfriend, so he stepped outside and yelled into the dark, telling them to try it again. And then he shut the door and stood right behind it, his hands on the doorknob, ready to pull the door open if they tried to knock again. He waited there in absolute silence for a full minute. Just as he was about to give up, his girlfriend let out a blood-curdling scream. He turned around, and what he saw made him scream too. In the dim light, they could see the silhouette of a massive 7-foot-tall humanoid figure slowly making its way down the stairs. It was moving in a strange, hovering motion, gliding down without making a single sound. They panicked, running right past it within an arm's reach, and bolted out the back door. They ran all the way back to his house, completely terrified and out of breath. He later checked with a friend who lived across the street, who confirmed the house had been vacant for years. The ghostly way the figure moved stayed with him, giving him nightmares for years to come. They agreed to never speak of it again. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. I was 21 when this happened. The year was 2017. At the time, I was working part-time at a gas station that was located a few towns over from where I actually lived. It was not a permanent career choice for me. In fact, it was just one of those temporary jobs that I only planned to keep for a few months. I was just trying to pay my bills and save up some money until I finally figured out what I wanted to do next in my life. The daytime shifts at the gas station were usually pretty easy. They were mostly filled with ordinary tasks like ringing up snacks, sodas, and cigarettes. Occasionally, some people would come in to pay for their gas in cash, but it was mostly just normal, boring customer service. During the day, the job could be annoying, but it felt completely normal. The nights, however, were a completely different story. The night shifts dragged on forever. The entire place felt way too bright on the inside, while the outside world was pitch black. The contrast was always unsettling. It felt like being on a stage where anyone outside could see me, but I could not see them at all. To make matters worse, every customer who walked through the door after dark seemed just a little bit stranger than the last. On the night of this specific incident, I was working the closing shift entirely by myself. It is a night that I still think about all the time, even now, years later. The store was scheduled to close at midnight. The evening started out quiet, but everything changed around 9 or 10 at night. At that point, the landline phone on the counter started ringing. I answered it without thinking anything of it. It was a normal part of the job to get calls about store hours or gas prices. But the second I picked up the receiver and held it to my ear, I heard this incredibly weird voice. It was low and drawn out, like someone trying to sound like a killer in a horror movie. It reminded me right away of Ghostface from the movie Scream. It sounded really forced, almost like someone was using a cheap voice changer, or just doing a really bad impression. But even though it sounded fake, it was still very unsettling to hear when you are alone in a quiet store. The voice slowly asked if I was all alone in the store. I just stayed quiet for a second, trying to process if this was a joke. Then, I said something sarcastic like, "Yeah, you got me," and then I hung up the phone. I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me. They knew I worked the late shift, and they were always looking for ways to play pranks. I immediately pulled out my cell phone and texted our group chat. I asked them which one of them was calling the store pretending to be a serial killer. They all found it funny and acted confused at first. One of them texted back asking what I was talking about. Another friend said he was at home playing video games. I assumed they were just lying to me, because that would have been the obvious response if they wanted to keep the prank going. I figured they wanted to see how long they could keep me on edge. About 10 minutes later, the landline phone rang again. I picked it up, and sure enough, it was that exact same fake horror movie voice. This time, the person on the other end asked why I had hung up on them. I was starting to get a little annoyed, so I once again sarcastically said, "All right, you got me, very funny." But instead of laughing like a friend would, the voice let out this soft laugh that sounded weirdly real. It was not a playful chuckle, it was quiet, dry, and incredibly cold. And then the caller said, "I should not be rude to people who know where I am." I hung up the phone again, but this time I felt a little off. The sarcasm was gone. It was probably still a joke, but there was something about how calm and steady the person sounded that really got to me. I kept trying to shake the feeling off. Luckily, customers were still coming in at that point, which was enough to keep me distracted. People were getting gas, buying beer, and getting lottery tickets. But every single time the customer flow slowed down, I found myself staring at that phone. And then, it rang a third time around 10:40. I answered it, and I immediately regretted doing so. The voice did not even wait for me to speak. It just asked if the store always got this quiet this late at night. That question got under my skin more than I want to admit. I stood there, paralyzed, saying absolutely nothing, and then I slammed the phone back onto its cradle. After that, I texted my friends again. This time I was not being playful. I told them it was getting old and demanded to know who was doing it. Once again, they all denied it. I started messaging them one by one to see if I could catch someone in a lie. But the answers I got seemed too genuine. One of my friends was out with his girlfriend and even sent a quick photo of them at a restaurant. Another friend sent me a real-time picture of himself in his basement. Another was at a friend's house almost half an hour away. At that point, I started getting annoyed instead of scared. I thought maybe my friends had asked someone else to do it, someone whose voice I would not recognize. But the truth was, even though the caller never once said my name, he was saying things that perfectly matched what was happening in the store. He knew exactly how quiet it was. Around 11 o'clock, the calls started coming closer together. I decided I was done playing this game, so I stopped answering after the fifth call. The phone would ring, and I would just stand there, staring at the flashing red light on the receiver, letting it ring until it stopped on its own. But the problem was, a minute or two later, it would just start ringing again. This went on for about 15 minutes. The constant ringing in the empty store was driving me crazy. I started checking the security cameras more frequently. We had a few cameras positioned around the outside of the building and a few on the inside. The store sat entirely by itself off a country road that got pretty dead at night. There was a small patch of thick woods directly behind one side of the building, and an alleyway area where the garbage dumpster was located. The outside cameras were not great. They had massive blind spots, and the picture quality at night was incredibly grainy and dark. Still, I kept flipping through the camera channels on the monitor, half expecting to catch one of my friends crouched outside in the dark, laughing into their phone, but I did not see anyone out there. And then I started hearing little sounds outside. At first I told myself it was just the wind or the old building settling. I heard a faint tap somewhere on the exterior wall. Then I heard what sounded like a light scrape near the side of the building. A few moments later, there was a noise by the back door that sounded exactly like someone stepping on loose gravel. It got to a point where I could not dismiss it as nothing anymore. I texted the group chat again and told them to seriously stop because they were crossing the line. I even took a picture of the empty store from where I was standing and wrote that this was not funny anymore. They kept denying it. One of my friends actually called me from his normal phone number. I answered, and I could hear the sincerity in his voice. I told him everything that was happening. He sounded genuinely confused and insisted he was not joking, nor was he involved in any prank. He told me that if I was really scared, I should just lock the front door early. I did not want to do that because my boss was very strict, and I did not want to get fired over what might just be me overreacting. Part of me still desperately wanted to believe I was making too much out of nothing. But then, at around 11:40, one last customer came into the store. I remember the exact sound of the front door chime opening because it made me jump. I looked up quickly and saw just a regular-looking guy walk in. He looked like he was in his late 20s or early 30s. There was nothing outwardly crazy or threatening about him. He was not dirty, and he was not dressed weirdly. He just had this completely blank expression on his face. He did not say hello, and he did not make eye contact. He just walked right past me and started moving through the aisles. I watched him on the security cameras, while trying to pretend like I was just doing my job. He took way too long for someone who ended up buying a single bag of chips. He kept slowly drifting from aisle to aisle, stopping and staring at the shelves. More than once, I saw the top half of his face appear just above the shelves as he looked toward the checkout counter. He was not looking in a casual way either. I felt like he was checking on me, monitoring my movements. I kept trying to rationalize it. I thought maybe he was high. Maybe he was just incredibly tired after a long day of work. Or maybe he was just having a hard time deciding what he wanted to buy. But my stomach had this incredibly heavy, sinking feeling by then. It was like my body already knew something was terribly wrong before my brain was willing to admit it. The man was in the store for at least 8 or 9 minutes. Finally, he came up to the counter and placed a bag of chips in front of me. He still did not say a word, so I did not say anything either. I just took the chips, scanned them, and looked down at the register screen. For 1 second, everything felt normal. But then I looked up to tell him the total, and I caught him staring directly into my eyes. He held my gaze for about 2 seconds. That does not sound like a long time, but when you are in a situation like that, 2 seconds feels like an eternity. There was absolutely no expression on his face when he did it. It was completely vacant. Then, without a word, he looked down and handed me the cash. I quickly scanned the money, handed him his change and his bag, and he turned around and walked toward the door. I let out a breath I did not realize I was holding. I remember thinking to myself that maybe I was just overreacting. Maybe he was just a socially awkward guy. But right as he got to the door and pushed it halfway open, he stopped. And then he turned his head back toward me without fully turning his body around. His chin was slightly lowered, so his eyes had to look up at me. And then he smiled. I still do not know how to explain that smile without sounding dramatic. It looked incredibly forced, wide, and artificial. It looked like he knew exactly how creepy he looked, and he was doing it entirely on purpose. It made every single hair on my body stand up. Then he stepped outside, but instead of walking toward any of the gas pumps or toward a parked car, he began walking around the side of the building. As he did it, he kept his eyes locked on me through the front glass windows. He kept that horrible smile on his face, too. I just stood there frozen, watching him until the angle of the wall cut off my view. I rushed over to the camera monitor and began flipping through the channels to follow his path. I saw him round the corner of the building and head toward the side where the thick woods were, and then he disappeared into the massive blind spot directly behind the building. He did not come back out. I waited 10 seconds, then 20, then a full minute. He never reappeared on any of the other cameras. That was enough for me. I did not care about my boss or getting fired anymore. I locked the front door immediately, even though it was a few minutes before midnight. This next part might sound dramatic, but I texted my family and my friends and told them that there was a creepy guy outside and that I was not joking around anymore. I told them that if I stopped replying to their messages, it meant something bad had probably happened to me because of him. I rushed through the closing procedures as fast as I possibly could. I barely cleaned the counters, and I did not restock anything. I kept checking the cameras over and over again, expecting to see his face pop up in the glass of the front door. But there was nothing. My night finally hit, and I decided I could not stay in that building for another second. I grabbed my keys and my backpack, turned off the main lights, and went to the front door. I unlocked it, stepped outside into the cold air, and immediately locked it behind me. That moment of having to turn my back to the dark parking lot to relock the door was so tense, I felt like my heart was going to burst. Once the key turned, I took off running toward my car, which was parked off to the far side of the building. I got most of the way there, but just as I reached the driver's side door and slowed down for a split second to grab the handle, I heard fast footsteps. It was not the sound of someone running, it was worse somehow. It was the sound of rapid, heavy speed-walking steps, slapping loudly against the pavement in front of the store. I whipped my head around and I saw him. It was that same guy. He had just come around the front corner of the building, and he was moving toward me and my car at an incredibly fast pace. I yanked my car door open, threw myself inside, and slammed it shut. I locked the doors and shoved the key into the ignition, turning it so fast I almost flooded the engine. The second the car started, I threw it into reverse and peeled out of that parking lot, leaving black tire marks on the asphalt. I looked once in my rearview mirror as I sped away, and I saw him standing there, illuminated by the bright headlights of my car, just watching me leave. The entire drive home, I was sending panicked voice texts and regular texts to my friends and family, telling them that I was right, that I knew he was going to come out of nowhere, and that none of this had been a prank. The next day, I texted my boss and told him exactly what had happened. I told him in no uncertain terms that I was never working the overnight shift again. He reviewed the security footage later that afternoon, and his response honestly made me even angrier. He got very defensive and told me that the guy just looked like a regular customer to him. He suggested that maybe I had just gotten spooked because of the weird phone calls, and that I was connecting things that were not actually connected. That pissed me off more than I can explain. I was the one who was there. I was the one who had been receiving those creepy phone calls. I was the one who saw that man disappear around the back of the building. And I was the one who saw him speed walking toward me out of the darkness when I tried to leave. I did not care if the grainy footage did not fully capture how terrifying it felt, because I knew what had happened. I quit the job right after that. I did not even argue with my boss. I just told him that if he thought that was normal, he was welcome to work the closing shift himself. I entered that job with a good attitude, and I left it with one too, because I knew I had saved myself. Even now, many years later, I still believe that the caller on the phone and the guy who came into the store were the exact same person, even if I can never actually prove it. Now, let me tell you about another story that happened to a woman named Cadence. Cadence worked the closing shift at a small dive bar in a quieter, more rural part of her town. The bar was located right off the main highway, but the parking lot also had a back entrance that was easily accessible to the general town. It was not a fancy establishment by any means. It was just a dimly lit, cozy spot where the regulars all knew each other by name, and the old jukebox had been playing the same rotation of classic rock songs for years. Most of the customers were local residents, truckers passing through, and the occasional lost tourist looking for a stiff drink before continuing their journey. Cadence actually liked working there. The routine was highly predictable, the tips were surprisingly decent, and she had learned over the years how to handle the usual bar crowds. She knew how to talk to the chatty customers, how to brush off the flirty ones, how to serve the quiet drinkers, and how to respect the space of the ones who just wanted to be left alone. The weekends at the bar were obviously a lot more hectic and fast-paced, but the thing about working during the week was that Cadence was expected to handle her night shifts completely alone. The owner did not even hire a barback to pop in now and again to help her wash glasses or restock ice. It was easier work and much slower during the weekdays. But Cadence often missed the company of having a coworker around. Because she was alone, she tended to be pretty vigilant during her shifts. The bar attracted a rough crowd sometimes, and she knew that a fight could break out at any moment. That was why she clocked the man immediately when he walked in. It was sometime after 1 o'clock in the morning on a quiet Tuesday when the front door opened. If Cadence had to guess, she would say the man was in his late 40s. But what stood out was how extremely clean-cut and well-groomed he was. He did not have the rugged look you would expect from a guy his age in an area like this. He was wearing a black turtleneck underneath a long, expensive-looking black trench coat. He was definitely well-dressed, but he wore it in a casual way. It is hard to explain, but he had this distinct aura of sophistication about him that made you think of money. Real money, not the loud, flashy kind, but the quiet, generational kind. He stood at the entrance for a moment, glancing around the empty bar slowly, before walking swiftly over to the counter and taking a seat. Cadence noticed he had oddly good, rigid posture, but she did not think too much of it at the time. When she walked over to take his order, he glanced at the premium bottles on the shelf behind her and ordered a top-shelf drink without any hesitation. As she was pouring the liquor, the man looked at her with a polite smile and asked if she liked working here. It was a normal enough question for a bartender to receive, so Cadence answered him honestly. She told him that she did, smiled back, and even made a light-hearted joke about the trials of being a bartender. Looking back, she wishes she could say she got a creepy vibe from him right away, but that was not the energy he was giving off at all. He genuinely seemed like a stand-up guy, very polite and charming. He chatted with her for a few minutes, which Cadence did not mind because the bar was practically empty at that point, and it helped pass the time. But then, the conversation took a slightly strange turn. The man asked her if she had ever thought about doing something bigger with her life. Cadence admitted that it was a somewhat bizarre thing for a stranger to ask, but given the friendly nature of the conversation, she did not find it totally creepy. She just gave him her standard, polite bartender smile and told him that she was happy with where she was for now. The man nodded slowly and took a sip of his drink. He seemed almost disappointed by her answer, though Cadence could not understand why. After a long, quiet pause, he looked at her and asked what time she got off work. That question caught her off guard. She had not picked up on any kind of flirting or romantic interest from him during their conversation, so she felt a sudden wave of disappointment. She realized that this pleasant chat had probably just been another empty, calculated attempt to get her phone number. She smiled politely and gave him a vague, non-committal answer, trying to brush him off in a friendly way without seeming uptight or rude. Before he could press the issue, she busied herself by grabbing a towel and wiping down the opposite end of the counter. The man did not push for more information. He just smiled, as if he already knew exactly what she was thinking. He then drained the rest of his drink, pulled a crisp $100 bill from his pocket, and laid it gently on the bar counter. Without another word, he stood up, turned, and walked out into the cold night. Cadence did not really know what to make of the brief encounter. It seemed like nothing major, but the man's demeanor was just so far off her usual radar that she found herself thinking about him. Either way, she figured she was never going to see him again, so she cleaned his glass and got on with her life. But as it would turn out, she was completely wrong. About a week later, during another quiet weekday shift, the front door opened, and the man walked back in. Only this time, he was not alone. There was a woman walking right beside him. The woman immediately drew Cadence's attention, because she had never seen her in the bar before. She looked like she was in her mid-30s, but she was dressed in a way that did not quite match her age. It was trendy, but off, like someone who was trying just a little bit too hard to blend in with a much younger crowd. Cadence watched them closely as they approached the bar. Everything about the woman's movements seemed highly calculated, from the way she smiled too easily to the way she leaned casually against the bar counter as if they were already close friends. As Cadence walked over and began setting down paper napkins in front of them, the very first thing the woman did was pay her a compliment. She did not say hello, and she did not order a drink. Instead, she put on an overly joyful, beaming smile and said, "You are so pretty." As she said those words, her fingers brushed gently against Cadence's arm, lingering there for just a second longer than normal. Cadence laughed politely and thanked her, but she instantly felt a wave of unease. Something was incredibly off about this woman. The man, on the other hand, did not speak at all. This was also very strange considering how talkative and charming he had been during his first visit. He just sat there quietly, watching. They ordered their drinks, and as Cadence poured them, the woman began peppering her with questions. She asked how long Cadence had been working at the bar, how old she was, and several other personal questions. Cadence answered in short, polite, but guarded sentences. She got the distinct sense that this was not just innocent small talk. The woman was studying her, analyzing her responses. At one point, the woman looked over at the man, and it seemed like they were communicating silently, sharing a look despite not saying a word to each other. The woman then looked back at Cadence, leaned in a bit closer over the counter, and lowered her voice as if she did not want any other patrons in the bar to overhear. She told Cadence that she ran an exclusive, high-end event club. She said she was always on the lookout for young, fun, and attractive people to work private parties. She claimed that Cadence could make a killing doing this, mentioning that she could easily earn $10,000 for just a single weekend of work. Cadence let out a small, forced laugh. She told the woman that it sounded a little bit too good to be true, but the woman insisted it was completely real. She said a bunch of girls just like Cadence worked for them and loved it. The woman's wide, beaming smile never faltered for a single second, and that was what was starting to really creep Cadence out. The woman kept steering the conversation back to the job, circling around the same reassuring words over and over again. She kept saying it was fun, safe, and highly exclusive. And then very casually, the woman said, "You should step outside with us for just a second. There is someone in the car who can explain how it works much better than I can." At that moment, Cadence's pulse kicked up. She realized this was not a normal job offer. She stopped playing along. She did not even bother pretending like she was not creeped out anymore. She looked the woman dead in the eye, dropping her polite smile, and said, "I am good," in a very firm, serious voice. Just then, a group of loud, laughing customers walked through the front door of the bar. The woman's expression changed in an instant. Her friendly, joyful mask slipped for a split second, revealing a cold, annoyed look. She quickly turned to the man beside her, and without saying another word, the two of them stood up and walked out of the bar. Cadence would be lying if she said she was not deeply unsettled after that night. Two random strangers, had essentially just tried to lure her out of her workplace and into a car for God knows what. She immediately told her coworkers and her boss about the incident. They all agreed to keep a close eye out in case those two people ever returned. Her boss assured her that he only lived a 15-minute drive away, and that she could call him at any time if she felt unsafe. He also pointed out that the bar had high-quality security cameras, which were typically enough to deter any bad behavior. There was not much else Cadence could do. After all, the people had not technically done anything illegal. They had just asked some weird questions and made a strange job offer. She tried to push the whole thing out of her mind. But a few nights later, after she had closed up the bar and was preparing to leave, she noticed a car parked directly across the street. The engine was completely off, the headlights were dark, and it was just sitting there in the shadows. She tried to tell herself it was just a random person resting, but the overwhelming feeling of being watched crawled over her skin like static electricity. She kept her head down, clutched her keys tightly between her knuckles, and walked quickly to her vehicle. When she pulled out of the parking lot, she kept a close eye on her mirrors. Sure enough, the dark car pulled out too. It followed her. The driver stayed back just enough to avoid looking obvious, but every single turn Cadence made, the car made too. To test her theory, she took a sudden random turn onto a quiet side street. The car followed. She took another turn. It was still there, trailing her every move. At this point, she was absolutely freaking out internally. She knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was them. She forced herself to stay calm and think logically. Instead of driving toward her home and showing them where she lived, she navigated her way toward the nearest police station. She gripped the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turned completely white. The very second she turned into the bright, camera-heavy parking lot of the police station, the car behind her sped off into the darkness. Nothing happened for a while after that. Cadence started to think that maybe they had finally given up and moved on to someone else. But deep down, she knew it was not over, and she was right. It was a slow, rainy weekday shift, and barely anyone had come into the bar all night. By midnight, Cadence was wiping down the counter, seriously contemplating closing up early and going home, when the heavy front door creaked open. She looked up, and her heart stopped. It was the woman. Cadence kept her cool. She slowly reached into her pocket, pulled out her phone, and sent a quick, urgent text to her boss under the counter, making sure to be as inconspicuous as possible. When she looked back up, the woman was staring directly at her with that same artificial plastic smile. She walked slowly across the empty floor, took a seat at the bar, and folded her hands neatly on the counter. Cadence was debating whether she should just openly tell the woman to leave when the woman spoke. She said, "Thought I would come check on you." Cadence's stomach started twisting into knots, but she did her best to hide her sheer terror. She looked at the woman and told her that the bar was about to close and that she needed to leave. But the woman made a mock pouty face and pleaded, "Oh, come on, just one old-fashioned before you close up." Cadence thought about refusing her, but then she realized that if she poured the drink, it would stall the woman and keep her in one place long enough for her boss to arrive. So she turned her back, grabbed a glass, and began preparing the drink, trying her absolute best to keep her hands from shaking. And then she heard it. It was the soft, unmistakable click of the front door shutting. Cadence whipped around instantly. The bar stool was completely empty. The woman was gone. A horrible, heavy pit formed in her stomach. She slowly stepped out from behind the counter and walked toward the glass entrance. She looked out into the dark parking lot, and there it was. A large black van was idling just outside the front door. Without thinking, Cadence rushed forward and locked the deadbolt on the front door as quickly as she could. But then, a loud, violent metal rattling sound erupted from the back of the building. Someone was aggressively shaking the handle of the back exit door, trying to force their way in. Cadence panicked. She knew she did not have time to run. She grabbed the heaviest object within reach, a heavy metal cocktail shaker, and clutched it like a weapon. With her other hand, she dialed 911, but she knew the police station was too far away to get there in time. She thought about making a run for it out the front door, but she was too terrified of the black van waiting there. She stood in the center of the bar, bracing herself for a fight, when she saw bright headlights pull into the parking lot. It was her boss's truck. The violent rattling on the back door suddenly stopped. A second later, the black van pulled out of the parking lot with a loud screech of its tires, disappearing down the highway. When her boss walked in, Cadence threw her arms around him, sobbing as she explained what had just happened. When the police finally arrived, her boss sat down with them and reviewed the security footage from that night. What they saw on the monitors was infinitely worse than anything Cadence had imagined. The cameras showed that just before the woman exited the bar, two tall, masked figures had crept up to the building and crouched down near the front door, waiting in the shadows. Meanwhile, a third masked man had gone to the back of the building and was violently banging on the door with his fists. It became chillingly clear what their plan had been. They were trying to terrify Cadence, using the back door noise to flush her out of the building through the front door, where the two masked men and the black van were waiting to snatch her. It was a perfectly coordinated, horrifying trap. To make matters worse, the license plate number that her boss had managed to write down as the van fled turned out to be completely unregistered. It has been quite a while since that terrifying night, and the police have made absolutely zero progress in identifying the suspects. The only good thing to come out of the whole situation is that Cadence's boss no longer makes her work the closing shifts alone. But despite having company, she still gets incredibly uneasy anytime she is scheduled to work at night. She constantly questions how those people knew she would be alone on those specific nights. It still makes no sense to her, and even now she often lies awake at night, thinking about what would have happened to her if she had given into her fear and run out that front door. Now, let us move on to a third story. This one involves a young man who used to work the night shift at a quiet gas station and convenience store located off a lonely, desolate stretch of a major highway. He stresses the word "used to," because after what happened to him a few months ago, he has vowed never to work a night shift ever again. The station was very small, the kind of place that barely gets any business at all once the sun goes down. Most of his 6-hour shift was spent doing mundane tasks like restocking shelves, wiping down dusty counters, and occasionally ringing up a passing truck driver or a weary traveler. He remembers the night of the incident vividly. It was just past 2:30 in the morning. By that time, even the highway traffic had completely dried up, and he was left with absolutely nothing to do. He sat behind the counter, mindlessly scrolling through social media on his phone just to kill the remaining hours of his shift. At one point, he decided he needed some fresh air to wake himself up. He stepped outside onto the concrete pavement, rubbing his hands together to fight off the biting cold. He exhaled slowly, watching his breath form white clouds that quickly disappeared into the freezing night air. The parking lot was completely empty. There were just the yellow gas pumps, the empty asphalt, the dark highway, and a massive thick stretch of pine trees directly across the road. The bright neon sign of the gas station flickered faintly, making a low buzzing sound. It was incredibly hazy outside, the kind of night where you could literally see the thick moisture hanging in the air. Even with the highway nearby, the silence out there was heavy and suffocating. Right as the employee was about to turn around and walk back inside the warm store, he noticed a sudden movement out of the corner of his eye. He whipped his head around, searching the darkness. That was when he realized there was a person standing directly behind one of the far gas pumps. He was completely frozen. How had he not noticed this person earlier? The figure was wearing a dark red hoodie with the hood pulled up high over his face, and he had both of his hands shoved deep into his front pockets. There was not a single car in the parking lot, which meant this guy had not driven here, and he certainly was not fueling up a vehicle. The strangest part was that he did not seem to be heading toward the convenience store either. He was just standing there in the shadows, half turned toward the building, staring directly at the employee. The employee felt a wave of unease. At first he tried to rationalize it, figuring maybe the guy's car had run out of gas nearby and he was just waiting for a friend to arrive. But something about the way the man was moving rubbed him completely the wrong way. The hooded figure was slowly shuffling back and forth in a weird, tight circular pattern, never taking his eyes off the store. The employee quickly walked back inside the building. He made sure to keep a close eye on the stranger through the large glass windows, pretending to organize the candy racks while secretly monitoring him. He hoped and prayed that a car would pull up and pick the guy up, or that another customer would arrive to break the tension. But after a few agonizing minutes, the man in the red hoodie started walking toward the front door. He walked slowly at first, but then he suddenly pushed through the glass door, walking inside as if he had made up his mind all at once. He walked straight up to the counter, but instead of asking for something, he just stood there, saying absolutely nothing. He just stared at the employee, his eyes cold and calculating, as if he was sizing him up. Then, in a rushed, stuttering, and almost rehearsed-sounding voice, he muttered that his car had broken down just past the highway entrance. He said he needed a jump start, or maybe just a small can of gas, so he could make it to the next town. The employee was completely shocked by the request, but the problem was, the guy was not even trying to make his story sound believable. The employee could not believe the stranger actually expected him to buy this obvious lie. There was no emotion in the man's face, and his explanation felt completely scripted. Trying to stay professional, the employee offered to call a professional tow truck company to come help him out. No, the man said, speaking far too quickly and shaking his head vigorously. He said he did not want a tow truck. He claimed he just needed to borrow a flashlight and maybe get some physical help checking under his hood. At this point, the employee knew something was terribly wrong. The way the man spoke, the nervous way he watched the employee's every reaction, it felt like some sort of test. But then again, people who walk into highway gas stations at 3 in the morning are often a bit strange. The employee started to wonder if the guy actually did need help and was just socially awkward, or perhaps under the influence of something. He asked the man exactly where his car was parked. The man pointed out the window and said it was parked just beyond the highway entrance ramp. The employee was highly skeptical, but then the man pointed at the security camera monitor hanging behind the cash register. I turned to look at the screen, and to my utter surprise, there actually was a car parked out there on the shoulder of the road. For a split second, the employee thought to himself, "Oh crap, maybe this guy really is telling the truth and actually needs my help." But then, a terrifying realization hit him. He had literally just been standing outside in the parking lot, seconds before this man walked in. It was a completely empty, silent night. There was absolutely no way a car had driven up, parked by the highway ramp, and shut its engine off without him hearing it. It was physically impossible. He slowly glanced back at the security monitor, looking closer at the grainy image of the parked vehicle. And that was when he saw it. There was a tiny, subtle movement near the car's back bumper. Someone was crouching down in the dirt, completely hidden in the darkness, just out of view of the highway. A cold wave of pure dread washed over him. He knew that if he walked out of that store to help this man, he was walking straight into an ambush. He forced a casual, friendly smile onto his face and agreed to help the guy. But he told him that he first needed to grab his heavy-duty flashlight and his cell phone from the back office. He turned around slowly, making sure not to show any panic or do anything that might spook the man. But the very second his body was out of the man's direct line of sight, he reached under the counter and slammed his hand onto the emergency panic button. The loud, piercing security alarm went off instantly, its high-pitched screech echoing deafeningly throughout the small store. The employee braced himself, expecting the man in the red hoodie to leap over the counter and attack him. But what the man did instead was even more terrifying. All of his nervous, twitchy energy vanished in an instant. There was no more fake urgency. There was no more shifting nervously from foot to foot. Instead, his entire body relaxed. His posture loosened up, and his hands came slowly out of his pockets. And then he smiled. It was not a panicked smile, and it was not an embarrassed one either. It was a slow, wide, knowing grin. He looked at the employee as if the alarm was highly amusing to him, as if he had all the time in the world. The employee stood there in absolute shock, paralyzed by the sheer creepiness of the man's reaction. In one fluid, athletic motion, the man turned around and bolted out the front door. The employee ran to the camera monitors, watching the screens in horror. He saw the man in the red hoodie sprint across the pavement, but he did not run toward the parked car. Instead, he and the crouched figure from the back bumper both took off sprinting into the pitch-black woods behind the gas station. The parked car just sat there, its engine off and its headlights dark, completely abandoned. By the time the police arrived, The scene was exactly as the employee had described. The stolen car was still parked on the shoulder, but the men had completely vanished. The officers searched the tree line, but there were no clear footprints leading into the thick brush, and no sign of the suspects anywhere. But then, one of the responding officers pointed something out on the car that the employee had not noticed before. The front passenger door of the vehicle was slightly ajar. There had been a third person sitting inside the dark car the entire time, waiting for the signal. The police took the employee's detailed statement and gathered the surveillance footage. A few days later, a detective followed up with him. They had towed the car and run the license plates. It turned out the vehicle had been reported stolen nearly a week earlier, over 100 miles away. No one ever came forward to claim it, and there were no missing persons reports or other crimes linked to the vehicle. It was just a stolen car abandoned in the middle of nowhere by 3 phantom men who disappeared into the dark woods. That happened months ago, and the police still have no leads. The employee quit his job immediately, and he now warns everyone to never work the night shift. Finally, let us look at the 4th story, which took place just a couple of weeks ago at a massive Walmart store. The narrator of this story works the night shift there. She explains that while it is not the worst job in the world, after a while, it really starts to feel like you are just floating through time. The nights all blend together into one continuous loop of the same shelves, the same routine, and the same dull, depressing hum of the bright overhead fluorescent lights. She is constantly hoping that a better job opportunity will come along soon. She is typically assigned to stock and organize the electronics section. She actually prefers this area because it is much quieter and more isolated than the rest of the store. People do not exactly come rushing into Walmart at 2 o'clock in the morning to buy phone chargers, headphones, or Bluetooth speakers. Most of the nighttime customers are either night owls killing time, or truck drivers grabbing last-minute supplies before hitting the highway again. Because the section was so empty, she noticed the man almost immediately. At first, she did not think much of it. He just looked like another random customer wandering the aisles, perhaps waiting for a family member to finish shopping in another part of the store. But after a few minutes had passed, she realized that he was not actually shopping. In fact, he was not even pretending to look at the merchandise. He just kept appearing. Every single time she glanced up from the boxes she was unpacking, he was standing nearby. He was always hovering in the next aisle over, or standing a little too still by the clearance rack. He was not looking at the products on display. He was just standing there, completely still, watching her. She tried to tell herself that she was just being paranoid and overthinking the situation. Walmart is a massive store, and maybe the guy was just taking his time. But there was something about the way he moved that set off a deep, primal alarm in her gut. He always stayed just close enough for her to notice his presence, but he never actually picked up an item or approached her. It was highly unsettling. It was almost like he wanted her to know that he was watching her, which made absolutely no sense to do. She waited for him to just get it over with, assuming he was just a creepy guy trying to build up the courage to ask for her phone number. But he never did. She decided she was going to radio her manager to report the suspicious behavior. But when she reached for her walkie-talkie and tried to turn it on, she realized the batteries were completely dead. It was not working at all. She stood there, debating whether she should walk away from her section to go find a manager in person. But before she could make a decision, she felt a sudden firm hand wrap around her arm. She nearly jumped out of her skin in terror, but before she could scream or react, a woman's voice rang out. The voice was incredibly loud, friendly, and overly familiar. The woman exclaimed, "There you are," and immediately went into a loud, energetic spiel about how she had been looking all over the store for her. The employee turned around, completely thrown off and confused. She found herself staring at a woman she had never seen before in her entire life. The woman was smiling warmly, her grip on the employee's arm firm and tight, acting as if they were 2 old high school friends reuniting after years apart. But before the employee could say a word to correct her, the woman leaned in very close. Her friendly expression vanished, and her voice dropped to a low, urgent whisper. She said, "That guy over there has been recording you on his phone. Follow me right now." The employee's stomach dropped. She turned her head slightly. just enough to glance back over her shoulder. Sure enough, the man in the electronics aisle was still there, only now he was no longer pretending to browse. He was standing in the center of the aisle, staring directly at her with a cold, intense glare. A wave of icy fear washed over the employee. She did not question the woman's story. She let the woman pull her away, clutching onto her arm. She felt a massive wave of gratitude, believing that this brave customer had noticed her being stalked and had put herself in an uncomfortable situation just to save her from a predator. As they walked quickly down the main aisle, the woman kept up her loud, friendly act, rambling on about a fictional trip they had taken and sharing fake inside jokes. The employee barely processed a single word she was saying. Her mind was entirely focused on the creepy man. Had he really been recording her? It was deeply violating. She wanted to look back to see if he was following them, but she could not muster up the courage to turn her head. The woman steered her through the massive store, moving at a very fast pace. The employee was so panicked that she barely noticed where they were going. She was just glad that the distance between her and the stalker was growing. She kept waiting for the woman to drop the act now that they were farther away, but the woman just kept pulling her forward. After a while, it started to feel a bit uncomfortable. The employee glanced back over her shoulder. To her immense relief, the creepy man was nowhere to be seen. He had not followed them. The employee slowed her pace and told the woman that they were safe now, and that they should head toward the front of the store to find a manager and call security. But the woman did not slow down. Instead, she squeezed the employee's arm even tighter, her nails digging into her skin. She whispered urgently, "No, we can't stop. He is still lurking around here somewhere. We have to keep moving." The employee started to feel a different kind of dread. She thought to herself, so what if he is still in the store? Walmart is full of other employees and overnight stalkers. What could he possibly do to her if she was standing next to her coworkers? The initial terror of being stalked was starting to fade, replaced by a strange, uneasy feeling about the woman who was holding her. She looked around, trying to figure out where they were. Her heart sank. They had moved completely past the main registers, past the self-checkout lanes, and far away from the bright aisles that saw the most employee foot traffic. They were entering the warehouse and shipping section of the store. It was incredibly dark, quiet, and completely devoid of people, and just ahead of them was the heavy metal side exit door. This was the door that did not have any security cameras, the one that employees only used for loading heavy shipments onto trucks. At that exact moment, a terrifying realization dawned on her. This woman was not trying to save her. She was leading her straight to an isolated, unmonitored exit. She did not hesitate. The employee opened her mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream for help. At the same time, she yanked her arm back with all of her physical strength, trying to break the woman's grip. The sudden, violent movement caught the woman off guard, and her fingers slipped. The employee broke free. She did not waste a single second. She turned around and sprinted as fast as her legs could carry her back toward the bright lights of the sales floor. As she ran, she heard the woman scream out behind her in a furious, angry voice. The woman yelled for her to come back, and then she yelled the employee's actual name. The employee had never introduced herself. She was not wearing her name tag that night because she had forgotten it in her locker. She kept running, her heart pounding in her chest, until she finally ran into one of her male coworkers who was rushing toward her, having heard her screams. She frantically told him to call security immediately. He did, and the store was put on high alert. But by the time the security guards searched the area, both the man and the woman were completely gone. Later that night, the security team reviewed the surveillance footage from the entire evening. What they saw on the screens made the employees' blood run cold. The footage showed that the man and the woman had walked into the Walmart together, side by side. They had been working as a team the entire time. The man's job was to stalk the employee, acting as the creepy threat to terrify her. The woman's job was to play the role of the helpful, heroic savior, gaining the employee's trust, so she would willingly follow her right out of the building and into whatever vehicle was waiting for them outside the side exit. It was a highly sophisticated, chillingly calculated kidnapping plot. The security cameras had captured a crystal-clear image of the man's face, but the woman had been careful, always keeping her head turned away from the lenses. The police were called, and they officially launched an investigation into the failed abduction attempt. The employee is still waiting for updates, hoping they will identify the man from the footage. But what terrifies her the most, what keeps her awake at night, shaking with fear, is how that strange woman knew her name. They had not chosen her at random. She had been a specific pre-selected target. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I am not using it. It is a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house right by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms, which are always accessible to the people renting the place. The master bedroom, however, is a different story. I keep that room locked tight with all of my clothes and personal belongings inside. That room is strictly for me. I have to keep my stuff somewhere, instead of lugging a massive suitcase back and forth every single time I decide to go down there. To keep it secure, I have a regular lock on the doorknob, and then a heavy deadbolt above it. No one is ever getting in there, unless they literally chop the door down or break through the window. But also, it is not like I keep anything super expensive in there. It is mainly just clothing and some personal items. This happened early last spring. It was still very chilly up in Massachusetts, where I live for most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week to get some warm weather. For the most part, I work remotely, so luckily I am able to do this whenever I want. Ordinarily, I would have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked directly into the price of the rental on Airbnb anyway, but since I was planning on going down right after the current renter was scheduled to leave, I decided to just pocket the cleaning lady money and clean the place myself once I arrived. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages on the app, he told me he was renting the house with his fiancée. He asked me for recommendations on good restaurants to eat at in the area, and he seemed very polite and trustworthy. I always prefer to rent to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men. Young men are usually the ones who come down to get completely wasted and potentially damage the property. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive in total. I stopped only for a quick bite to eat at drive-thrus and to use the restroom. By the time I finally got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first, planning to go back to my car to grab my bags afterward. I was absolutely shot from driving for so long. I did not even bother checking the place out or looking for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door, unlocked it, and collapsed onto the bed. I did not even brush my teeth or change my clothes. For those of you who have never done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely drain every ounce of energy from your body. I crawled under the covers and I was out like a light in a matter of minutes. You would think I would have slept through the entire night, but that is not what happened. I suddenly woke up in a pitch-black room. The clock next to my bed read 11:30 in the evening. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something had woken me up, but I did not know what. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit, and then I turned on my bedside lamp. I looked around the room, then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the house to see if Ramon had left a mess. I did not notice a single thing out of place. Not a pillow was moved. Not an empty beer can was left behind. Nothing. I went to check the bedrooms. Both were completely void of any people, though the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did definitely stay here. I actually laughed and thought they might have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my house. I have a security camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me some kind of hard time. But tonight I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. The camera picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier. It was Ramon, but he was alone. He had no woman with him. That was strange. I kept scrolling through the video history, checking for any other movement updates from that moment, until the exact minute I showed up. There was absolutely nothing. The camera had not captured anyone leaving the house after that. I checked the history over like 5 times just to be absolutely sure. I suddenly got the chills. My heart began to race. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon and ask if he had checked out okay, even though it was late at night. While waiting for a reply, I decided to do a thorough check of the bedroom where I presumed he had slept. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a band-aid, preparing myself for the worst. Each time I was greeted with an empty closet. I moved along to the second guest bedroom. Both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have possibly been hiding in, I saw that it was completely empty too. I sat down on one of the twin beds for a second to just stare at the text conversation on my phone between Ramon and me, and right at that moment I heard a sound. The master bedroom door quietly clicked shut. It was done in a very specific way. It was a slow, deliberate click that only a person would have made, not a draft of wind. My body froze. I slowly walked out to the living room and stared at my master bedroom door. With a noticeable shake in my voice, I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" There was no response, but I could see that the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got down on all fours to look under the crack. I immediately fell backwards in pure terror when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe just a couple of feet away. I panicked. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the knife holder in the kitchen, planning to grab the biggest carving knife I owned. But when I looked at the block, the knife was already gone. By this point, my only logical option was to get out. I ran out of the front door, got into my car, locked the doors, and called 911. I waited out front in my car until the police headlights finally appeared. When we went back inside together, there was Ramon, just standing calmly in the living room. He did not have a knife in his hand. He spoke with a soft Portuguese accent, acting completely innocent. He told the officers that he just needed a place to stay for one more night. He denied ever touching my carving knife, which was now conveniently placed back in the knife holder in the kitchen. After about 30 minutes of 2 police officers talking to Ramon outside and 2 other officers talking to me inside, they actually let him go. They told me that because he was a registered guest, it was a civil matter, and that I should just contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. I was absolutely shocked. I felt like the police did not do their job at all. After everyone left, I immediately changed the lock code on the front door. I contacted Airbnb about what happened. Although I never received any payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house, they did apparently ban him from ever using the app again. It does not really feel like proper justice, though, when I think about how he was potentially waiting in the dark to stab me in my own bedroom, and that is just the first story. The terror of renting properties can happen to anyone, anywhere. I am 26 years old, and at the time of this next story, I was still living at home with my parents. I was not content with my job, and I was in a relationship that I was not too sure about. To say I was stressed would be a monumental understatement. My mom and I were not getting along well, and it felt like everyone in my life was constantly bothering me. I desperately wanted to escape for a weekend. I started looking into little 1-bedroom Airbnbs up in the mountains and found a really cheap one. It was located in Troutdale, Virginia, which was only a couple of hours away from us. Based on the pictures, it looked like this beautiful, private, and peaceful little place surrounded by thick woods. It was autumn, so I knew the foliage was going to be absolutely stunning. I told my parents I was going there for the weekend. For some reason, my mom seemed overly happy about me leaving, which felt a bit weird. My girlfriend was more so just confused and highly suspicious. She found it very weird that I wanted to go away to some random cabin in the woods all by himself for a weekend. When Friday finally came, I packed a backpack full of clothes, my toiletries, and my laptop, and I hit the road. It was around a 2.5-hour drive from my house to the cabin. The area of Troutdale was incredibly quiet and scenic. It felt like the perfect escape from the noisy suburbia back home. I really felt like I just needed a nice weekend to spend entirely by myself. I was driving up a rough gravel road when my GPS finally told me that I had arrived. I saw an opening in the trees right next to the road. The instructions the owner of the Airbnb had messaged me said to cut through this opening, drive onto the grass, and head up a little hill. I did exactly this, and there I saw the cute little house sitting right at the top of the hill. The second I stepped out of the car, I inhaled the fresh mountain air. I instantly felt happy that I had decided to do this. The owner had told me where to find the key to the front door, so I grabbed it, let myself in, and checked the place out. It had a nice, cozy living room, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and one loft bedroom that you had to climb a ladder-like stairway to get up into. There was a beautiful circular window right over the bed. A lot of natural light got into the house, which made it feel very open and warm. After unpacking, I went out to walk some of the hiking trails the owner had recommended, which were about a 5-minute drive away. On the drive back to the house afterward, I noticed two men walking down the gravel road. As my car passed them, they literally stopped in their tracks. They turned their entire bodies to just stare at me as I drove by. I smiled and waved, thinking they were just friendly locals, but they did not wave back. They just kept staring with cold, dead eyes. It was completely off-putting. They looked at me as if my driving down that road was some kind of crime. I did not look back. I quickly turned into the entrance of the property and drove back up the hill. I went inside, lit a fire in the fireplace, and started reading one of the books I had brought with me. Sitting in the living room with the fire going was incredibly cozy. But as the sun was on its way down, I realized I was getting pretty hungry. I went outside to my car, about to drive to the nearest store, when I noticed two men quickly running into the woods down the hill by the entrance of the property. They seemed to run as soon as they heard my car door open. I immediately wondered if it was those same two guys from the road earlier. A sudden wave of paranoia hit me. I decided to take my laptop and my backpack with me in the car while I was gone, just to be safe. On the drive into town, I messaged the owner, letting him know about the strange men lurking near the property. He replied quickly, telling me it was nothing to be alarmed about. He said there were a lot of teenagers in the area who walked around the woods, so I tried to dismiss it. I drove about 20 minutes to the closest Walmart since there were literally no grocery stores in the immediate area. I picked up a few food items to hold me over for the weekend. I bought some milk, granola bars, fruit. For most people, the 4th of July is a day of celebration, filled with family barbecues and fireworks. But for some, this holiday becomes a nightmare they will never forget. Let us start on July 4th, 2007. Jake was 16 years old. Shy and quiet, he had no plans for the night until his older sister, Alicia, who was 25, invited him to a massive party upstate called the Rockaway Bomb Show. This was a wild party where college kids went to drink. Alicia and her boyfriend, Alex, thought it would help Jake break out of his shell. Although Jake felt extremely anxious about going to a party full of 20-year-olds, Alicia managed to guilt him into it. Since they had to stay at a motel overnight, Jake packed his bags, and within 2 hours they were on the road. The drive took nearly 4 hours. By the time they arrived, the sky was a deep orange as the sun was setting. They turned onto a sketchy dirt road with a sign that read, "Fireworks show this way." Jake rolled down his window and heard the roar of a massive crowd. They drove through the trees into a clearing. There was a temporary stage, tables everywhere, and a food bar. Hundreds of young adults were drinking and talking. Jake felt his stomach drop with social anxiety. Alicia parked the car on the grass, and they headed into the crowd. They immediately found some of their friends who were already drunk. Alicia handed Jake a beer, which he nervously accepted. As soon as he took a sip, he felt like everyone was staring at his youthful face. He clung to his sister and Alex for 15 minutes, but they soon drifted away to talk to other people. Jake was left standing completely alone, an awkward teenager holding a beer in a sea of college students. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. He turned, hoping it was Alicia, but instead found an older man in his late 40s or 50s. The man had a balding head, wire-rimmed glasses, and looked like a creepy priest. The man took the beer from Jake's hand and asked how old he was. Jake choked on his words, saying his sister had given it to him. The man set the beer down and asked for his name. Jake, thinking this man worked there, told him his name. The man then asked who he was with, and Jake repeated that he was with his sister. Uncomfortable, Jake walked away to search for Alicia and Alex. But with no cell phone and hundreds of people around, he could not find them. Feeling overwhelmed, Jake wandered away from the party and into the quiet woods. He sat on a fallen log, regretting his decision to come. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed, followed by cheering. The fireworks had started. From his spot, Jake had a perfect view of the sky. The beautiful lights made him forget his worries. But then, without warning, everything went wrong. A pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, and a thick hand was pressed tightly over his mouth and nose. Jake struggled to breathe or scream. He felt himself growing lightheaded. He desperately searched the dark ground, grabbed a thick stick, and swung it at his attacker's leg. It did not work. The attacker pulled Jake down, pinning him on his stomach. With his last bit of strength, Jake grabbed a large stone from the dirt and swung it backward, hitting the attacker square in the face. The man grunted and released his grip. Jake scrambled to his feet and ran toward the lights of the party. Before fleeing, he glanced back and saw the attacker was wearing the exact same clothes as the creepy older man. Jake reached the party host, gasping for breath, and explained what happened. The host did not know the man, but promised to report it immediately. At the end of the night, Jake's sister and her boyfriend were too drunk to drive, so Jake had to drive them to the motel. He never told his family about the assault out of embarrassment, a choice he regrets to this day. Let us transition to our second story, which takes place on July 4th, 2015. Ivan was 15 years old, living in a peaceful suburban neighborhood. His father was working a late shift and his mother was at a party, leaving Ivan completely home alone on a Friday night. His plan was simple: play League of Legends on his computer and chat with his friends. It was around 9 or 10 in the evening when Ivan heard a faint noise through his headset. It sounded like a window closing or a heavy door shutting. He assumed it was just their broken dishwasher, which was always incredibly loud, so he turned his headset volume up to 96% to drown it out. But even with the volume blasting, he could still hear a strange rhythmic scratching and dragging sound. Annoyed, Ivan lowered the volume, told his friends he would be right back, and took off his headset. He walked out of his room and realized the sound was not coming from the kitchen. It was coming from the basement. Ivan was terrified of the basement. His parents had a strict rule that he was never to go down there alone, mostly because it was cluttered with heavy boxes and had a broken, drafty wooden door. Ivan walked slowly toward the basement door and listened. The scratching noise continued for 2 minutes before suddenly stopping. Ivan stood frozen, feeling a brief sense of relief. But before he could step away, the noise started again. Much louder this time. Ivan realized he was entirely alone, with no parents, no pets, and no weapons to defend himself. Panic set in, and he felt as though his life was flashing before his eyes. He was absolutely certain he was going to pass out or even die. The banging from the basement grew deafening. Ivan rushed back to his bedroom, locking the door as quietly as possible. He grabbed his phone and called his mother, who told him to hang up and call the police immediately. Ivan dialed 911. As he was speaking to the emergency operator, explaining his situation in a panicked whisper, he heard a terrifying sound from downstairs. It was the distinct creak of the old basement door swinging open. The operator told him help was on the way, but Ivan knew the intruder was already inside the main house. He listened in terrified silence, punctuated only by the distant boom of neighborhood fireworks. He could hear heavy footsteps moving through the kitchen and living room, rummaging through drawers and throwing things around. Ivan quickly typed a message to his gaming friends, telling them there was an intruder in his house. Just then, he heard heavy footsteps starting to walk up the stairs. Realizing he was trapped, Ivan ran to his window, pushed it open, and looked down at the 2-story drop. With no other choice, he climbed onto the ledge and jumped. He landed hard on the grass, breaking his left ankle. Agonizing pain shot through his body, but he managed to crawl away from the side of the house. He looked back up at his bedroom window and saw a terrifying face staring down at him. The man had a twisted mouth, messy brown hair, and dark, hollow eyes. The intruder stared at Ivan for a moment before turning back into the house. Within minutes, the sound of police sirens echoed through the neighborhood. Officers rushed into the home and dragged the intruder out in handcuffs. As they walked him past Ivan to the police car, the man glared at the injured teenager with an expression of pure, chilling hatred. Ivan will never forget that face. Our final story takes place in New Jersey, on another 4th of July, just 2 days after the narrator's 21st birthday. He lived in a very quiet, isolated town where neighbors were spaced far apart. Since he had just turned 21, his girlfriend Sophia came over with beers and fireworks. His parents were not home, as they were attending a party at a neighbor's house quite a distance down the road. Since they did not have many neighbors close by, the house felt very private and silent. Sophia arrived, and they headed out to the backyard deck to hang out. Sophia had brought 2 massive firework missiles, some bottle rockets, and some firecrackers. They sat on the deck, talking and drinking. After finishing his second beer, the narrator decided it was time to light some fireworks. He started with the smaller bottle rockets, watching them shoot up into the night. Next, he lit the firecrackers, enjoying the loud pops. But as the smoke from the firecrackers cleared, the narrator looked across the dark yard and noticed something strange. The garage door, which was located on the far side of the property, was wide open. He told Sophia he would be right back and walked across the grass to investigate. He stepped inside the garage and flipped on the light switch. What he saw made his heart stop. Every single drawer of his father's toolboxes had been pulled open. Closet doors were swung wide, and items were scattered all over the floor. Someone had clearly broken in. He immediately called his father to report the break-in. His father was furious and told him he would leave the neighbor's party and come home right away to check things out. The narrator walked back to the deck and told Sophia what he had found. She was shocked and insisted on going to look for herself. After checking the garage, they both returned to the deck, feeling incredibly uneasy. They sat there in the dark, waiting for his father to arrive. But as they waited, the narrator decided he did not want the night to be ruined. He still had the 2 massive firework missiles that Sophia had bought. He decided he was going to light them anyway. Sophia agreed, telling him to go for it. He set up the first missile and lit the fuse. The rocket shot into the sky and exploded with a massive boom, completely illuminating the entire backyard for a few brief seconds. It was spectacular. The narrator thanked Sophia and immediately moved to prep the second missile. He lit the fuse, but during those tense few seconds, while the fuse was burning down, both of them heard a very distinct sound coming from the thick woods bordering the yard. It was the loud snap of a heavy branch breaking on the forest floor. They both turned their heads toward the sound. Just then, the second rocket exploded in the sky. The brilliant flash of light illuminated the tree line. And there, standing right at the edge of the woods, was a dark figure. The person was standing perfectly still, facing them, staring directly at the deck. Sophia and the narrator screamed at the exact same time. Just as they did, the boy's father pulled into the driveway. Hearing the screams, both the narrator and his father immediately sprinted toward the woods, searching for the intruder. But the forest was pitch black, and the person had vanished into the darkness. They found absolutely nothing. Later that night, the family remembered they had an old security camera installed in the garage, though they had not used it in a long time. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, the narrator was finally getting ready for bed. For some reason, he felt uneasy, so he decided to look out his bedroom window. He was shocked to see that the garage light was on once again. He quickly woke up his father, and together they ran out to the garage. This time, the space had been completely trashed. Expensive power tools were missing from the shelves. They hurried back to the house to review the security footage from the camera. When they played the video, they were deeply disturbed. The footage showed the garage lights turning on, but the camera lens was immediately blocked by something white. They ran back out to the garage to investigate the camera. Stuck directly over the lens was a simple yellow post-it note, taken from the desk inside the garage. Written on the note in messy handwriting were the words, "Happy Independence Day. Fuck you." Despite a police investigation, the identity of the intruder was never discovered, and the family was left with the chilling realization that a hostile stranger had been watching them from the dark. These stories serve as a chilling reminder that while we look up at the fireworks in the sky, we should always keep an eye on the shadows around us. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. Sometimes, the place where you feel the safest can become the most dangerous place in the world. We build our lives around routines, thinking that our homes are shields against the outside world. But the truth is, a single moment can shatter that illusion forever. Our first story begins on a quiet Saturday night, with a man who was already going through the darkest period of his life. He was a single guy in his mid-30s, living alone in a 2-story house. Just a few months prior, his life had been completely turned upside down. He had just broken up with his girlfriend of 5 years. This was the woman he thought he was going to marry. They had talked about buying a house together, starting a family, and growing old. When that relationship ended, it felt like his entire future had been erased in an instant. The psychological damage of the breakup was severe. He was completely lost, spiraling into a deep depression. For weeks, he barely took care of himself. His routine was incredibly bleak. He would wake up in the morning, speak to absolutely no one, drag himself to work, speak to no one there, and then come straight home to spend the rest of the day in bed. On the weekends, things got even worse. He would forget to eat, and he wouldn't leave the house for days. He spent his time binging movie after movie on his TV, barely registering what he was watching. It was just a way to numb his mind and keep the silence of the empty house at bay. And so, on this particular Saturday night, he was slumped on the couch in his bedroom, which was on the second floor of the house. He had a TV set up in his room, so he rarely watched anything downstairs. It was a little after 9 in the evening. He looked down at his phone and saw that his mom was calling him. It was the 4th time she had called that day. He knew she was just worried about him and wanted to make sure he was eating, but he couldn't bring himself to answer. He didn't have the energy to pretend he was okay, so he let it ring out. Eventually, he got tired of the movie he was watching and backed out to the main menu. He scrolled through the options and decided to put on a random, low-budget horror movie. The thumbnail was grainy, and he had never heard of it, but he figured it would be good background noise to help him fall asleep. But about 20 minutes into the movie, he realized it was even worse than he expected. The audio mixing was a complete disaster. Every time the characters spoke, their voices were so quiet that he had to turn the volume way up just to understand what they were saying. But then, a second later, a loud sound effect would blast through the speakers and nearly rupture his eardrums. It was incredibly frustrating, but he was too lazy to get up and change it. So he kept it on. At some point he started noticing a very strange sound. It was a sharp metallic clang. It sounded exactly like a hollow metal pipe hitting concrete. At first, he assumed it was just a cheap sound effect from the movie. But as he kept watching, he realized the sound didn't match anything happening on the screen. There were no metal pipes in the scenes, and the characters were just walking around a normal house. Not only that, but the sound was happening almost every minute, on the dot. It was the exact same pitch, the exact same volume, and the exact same metallic ring. It was far too consistent to be a deliberate sound design choice. He started thinking about how terrible the movie production must have been for the filmmakers to leave a looped sound effect in the final cut. The sheer bad quality of it actually kept him watching, in a weird way. Halfway through the movie, he decided to get up to use the bathroom. For some reason, instead of just letting the movie play, he actually grabbed the remote and paused it. He walked to the bathroom, did his business, and came back to the bedroom. He sat back down on the couch and picked up the remote, hovering his thumb over the play button. But right before he could press it, the silence of the room was shattered. He heard it again. That exact same sharp, metallic clang. He froze. His thumb stayed hovering over the remote, and he stared blankly at the paused television screen. The movie was completely still. The speakers were silent. There was no audio coming from the TV at all, yet the sound had been clear as day, and it had come from somewhere nearby. At this point, a cold chill ran down his spine. He realized that the sound had never been part of the movie. It had been happening in real life this entire time. He stayed completely still, barely breathing. He desperately hoped that his mind was just playing a trick on him, or that his ears were ringing. He kept his eyes locked on the frozen screen and just listened. The silence in the house was heavy and suffocating. Then, about 45 seconds later, the sound came again. A sharp, clear, metallic clang. He didn't waste another second. The laziness and depression that had kept him glued to the couch for weeks instantly evaporated. He jumped up, grabbed a heavy metal knife from his desk, and held it tightly. His heart was hammering against his ribs as he stepped out of his bedroom and began searching the house. He moved room to room, checking behind doors, looking inside closets, and peering into the dark corners of the downstairs area. He was terrified of what he might find, but every single room was completely clear. There was no one there. In fact, nothing in the house seemed to be out of place at all. As he walked back up the stairs, still holding the knife, the metallic clang rang out once more. This time it wasn't as loud. It sounded like it was coming from the direction of his bedroom, where he had been sitting the entire evening. But he had just been in there, and there was no one else in the room. It made absolutely no sense. And then it hit him. It was spring, and the weather had finally started to warm up. Because of that, he had gotten into the habit of cracking his bedroom windows open in the evening to let some cool air inside. He realized that the sound wasn't coming from inside his house at all. It was coming from right outside. That thought was somehow even more terrifying than the idea of an intruder inside. He slowly walked over to his bedroom window, trying to make as little noise as possible. He reached out, took the edge of the curtain, and parted it just a fraction of an inch to look down into his backyard. His backyard was mostly dark, but as his eyes adjusted, he saw something that made his breath catch in his throat. There, sitting right in the middle of his lawn, about 20 feet away from the house, was one of his metal deck chairs. It had been moved from the porch to the grass, and standing right next to the chair was a figure. It was a child. He couldn't make out any facial features because of the darkness, but the silhouette was far too small to be an adult. It was definitely a young kid. The child was holding a long, thin object that looked like a PVC pipe. As the man watched from behind the curtain, the child raised the pipe and smacked it hard against the metal frame of the deck chair. Clang! The child must have seen the curtain move, because the moment the man looked out, the kid stopped and stared directly up at his bedroom window. The man instantly stepped away from the window, his body trembling with fear. It felt completely surreal. He couldn't understand what a little kid was doing in his backyard in the middle of the night, holding a pipe and hitting a chair over and over again. He wondered if the child was sleepwalking, or perhaps had some kind of mental disorder that caused him to wander away from home. It was the only logical explanation. But then he remembered how long this had been going on. The sound had been happening for nearly an hour. That meant this little kid had been standing out in the dark, cold yard, hitting a chair with a pipe for an hour straight. It was incredibly disturbing. He tried to calm himself down and think rationally. If a child was lost and confused, he couldn't just leave him out there in the dark. He had to go check on him and see if he could help. He walked downstairs, keeping the lights off so he wouldn't draw attention to himself. He made his way toward the back door that led to the yard. Before reaching for the lock, he reached over and switched on the porch light, thinking the sudden light would make the kid feel safer and allow him to get a better look at him. He put his hand on the metal doorknob and began to turn it. But right as the latch clicked, he froze. A sudden, overwhelming feeling of dread washed over him. Something about the situation felt incredibly wrong. It felt like a trap. If this kid was truly lost and scared, why hadn't he walked up to the house and knocked on the door? Why hadn't he called out for help? And why would a lost child spend an hour standing in the yard, rhythmically hitting a chair with a pipe? It didn't make any sense. No child would do that. His gut was screaming at him not to open that door. He slowly let go of the doorknob and took a step back. To the left of the back door, there was a small, narrow window that overlooked the porch and a portion of the backyard. The window had blinds, and the room behind him was pitch black, so he knew anyone outside wouldn't be able to see him. He crept over to the window, raised his hand, and gently tilted two of the blind slats with his fingers, just enough to look through. What he saw made his heart stop. Right below his back door, crouching down in the shadows where the porch light didn't reach, were two grown men. They were dressed entirely in black clothing. They were positioned on either side of the doorway, crouching low, waiting. It was clear that the moment he opened that door and stepped outside to help the child, they were going to ambush him. He was staring through the tiny gap in the blinds, paralyzed with shock. But then one of the men suddenly turned his head. His eyes locked onto the exact spot where the man was looking through the blinds. The man instantly dropped the blinds, turned, and sprinted back toward the stairs. At the same exact moment, he pulled out his phone and dialed 911. He was halfway up the stairs when a deafening crash echoed through the house. The men were kicking the back door in. He didn't look back. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him into his second-floor bathroom, slammed the door shut, and locked it. He was having a full-blown panic attack, gasping for air, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold the phone. He whispered his address to the emergency dispatcher, crying and begging them to send help immediately, through the bathroom door. He heard the heavy sound of wood splintering downstairs, followed by loud, hurried footsteps. They were inside his house. He heard the heavy footsteps moving across the downstairs living room, and then they started coming up the wooden stairs. Each step felt like a countdown. He held his breath, pressing his back against the bathroom door, trying to make himself as small as possible. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and began moving down the hallway, right toward the bathroom. He watched the metal doorknob. Slowly it began to turn. It jiggled back and forth, but the lock held. Then a massive bang shook the door as someone kicked it from the outside. That was the breaking point. The man lost all control and screamed at the top of his lungs, telling them that the police were already on their way and that they had his address. The moment his voice echoed through the house, the banging stopped. There was a brief pause, and then he heard the sound of footsteps sprinting back down the stairs. A few seconds later, the back door slammed shut, and the house fell into a heavy, terrifying silence. The police arrived about 10 minutes later. They searched the house and the surrounding property, but the men and the child were long gone. The only physical evidence they found was the moved deck chair in the yard and the shattered frame of the back door. The man explained everything to the officers, but because he didn't have any security cameras, there was very little they could go on. However, when he told them about the child holding the PVC pipe, the officers' expressions changed. They took the situation much more seriously. According to the police, using a child as bait in a home invasion was a highly calculated and incredibly rare tactic. It suggested that these weren't just random, impulsive criminals. They were organized, and they were willing to use extremely manipulative methods to get their targets to open the door. That was the scariest part of the whole ordeal for him. He couldn't stop thinking about that poor child. Was the kid being forced to do that? Was he kidnapped? Every scenario he imagined was deeply disturbing. The police told him he was likely the victim of a random targeted attack, but he couldn't help but feel like the setup was far too elaborate to be completely random. Since that night, nothing else has happened, and he has since moved out of that house and tried to rebuild his life. But he still prays that the little kid is somehow safe out there, even though he knows the reality of the situation is likely very dark. Now, you might think a home invasion like that is a once-in-a-lifetime nightmare. But for our next story, the terror didn't come from a quiet backyard. It came from an everyday sight that we all associate with childhood and happiness. This happened in the spring of 2024. The narrator was a college senior, just a few weeks away from graduation. Like many college students, he was stressed, exhausted, and desperately needed a break. But unlike his friends, who loved to spend their spring break partying in crowded places like Miami, he preferred to go back home to his parents' quiet suburban house to just relax and do nothing. This spring break was no different. He planned to go completely off the grid for a week, away from the stress of schoolwork and the mindless drama of campus life. He was particularly frustrated because his teaching assistant had recently denied a grade dispute for a midterm exam, and he wanted to clear his head. It was a Monday morning, and he had absolutely no plans for the day. But he had always been a morning person, and he found that maintaining a routine was the only way to feel like he had his life together. Even though he was on vacation, he still set his alarm for 6 in the morning so he could get an early workout in at the local gym. By 20 past 6, he was dressed and driving down the quiet residential roads of his hometown. It was a 15-minute drive through a very safe, peaceful neighborhood where nothing exciting ever happened. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and childhood friends grew up together before moving away. As he was driving, listening to some music, something strange on the side of the road caught his eye. Parked along the curb was an old ice cream truck. Its engine was turned off, and all of its lights were dark. In the middle of July, seeing an ice cream truck wouldn't be strange at all. But this was mid-March. The weather was still chilly, and all the local children were in school. There was absolutely no reason for an ice cream truck to be sitting on a quiet residential street at 6:30 in the morning. As he drove past, he slowed his car down slightly and looked through the driver's side window. The truck appeared to be completely empty. He turned the corner, leaving the truck behind, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. He had lived in this neighborhood his entire life, and he couldn't remember ever seeing an ice cream truck on these streets, not even when he was a little kid. It just wasn't that kind of neighborhood. He eventually brushed it off, went to the gym, got a solid workout in, and grabbed a quick bite to eat. By the time he drove back toward his house, he had forgotten all about the truck, but as he turned onto his street, he froze. The ice cream truck was still there. It hadn't moved an inch from the spot where he had seen it hours earlier. This felt very strange to him. In his neighborhood, the residents were highly protective of their space. If a strange vehicle sat parked in front of someone's house for more than an hour, the neighbors would usually call the police. He remembered a time when a neighbor had yelled at him and his friends just for parking on the street while waiting for someone. So, it was highly unusual that no one had complained about the truck yet. Curiosity got the better of him. Instead of pulling into his driveway, he decided to drive around the block and pass the truck one more time, just to see if anyone was inside now. As he drove past slowly, he looked over. This time, there was someone sitting in the driver's seat. Because the student was driving so slowly, it was obvious he was looking. The man in the truck turned his head and locked eyes with him. The man looked deeply unsettling. He had an incredibly long, almost cartoonishly pointed nose, and a messy, unkempt beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in years. He looked like someone who had been living out of his vehicle for a long time. The look he gave the student was cold and empty, and it immediately made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. He drove straight home, parked his car, and went inside. His parents were both at work, so he had the entire house to himself. He spent the next few hours trying to relax, watching videos and playing games on his laptop. Later that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, he decided to walk down his long driveway to check the mailbox. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, and the street seemed completely normal. But as he reached the end of the driveway and opened the mailbox, he glanced down the street. His heart sank. Parked just 3 houses down, on the opposite side of the road, was the ice cream truck. It wasn't facing him, but there was no doubt in his mind that it was the same vehicle. A wave of dread washed over him. The truck had been parked on a completely different street that morning. There was no logical reason for it to be parked near his house now, unless the driver had followed him home from the gym. He quickly grabbed the mail, turned around, and walked back inside, trying his best to look calm so he wouldn't alert the driver that he had noticed him. Once he was inside, he ran up the stairs to a guest bedroom that had a clear view of the street. He carefully pulled the edge of the curtain aside and looked through the window. Sure enough, the ice cream truck was sitting there. He watched it for 10 minutes, but nothing happened. No one got out, and the vehicle didn't move. Eventually, he realized he couldn't spend his entire day staring out the window. So he went back to his room to do some work on his laptop, but he couldn't focus. Every 30 minutes, he felt an overwhelming urge to go back to the guest bedroom and check on the truck. Every time he looked, the truck was still there, but it was always in a slightly different position. The driver was slowly moving the vehicle up and down the street, as if trying to find a better angle to watch the house. He debated whether or not to call the police. He felt silly because technically, the truck was parked on a public street, and the driver hadn't committed any crime. He didn't want to waste the police's time, but he was also deeply unsettled. Then he remembered that his older brother was a passionate birdwatcher and kept a high-powered pair of binoculars in his bedroom closet. He walked over to his brother's room, searched through the closet, and found them. He returned to the guest bedroom, stood back from the window, and raised the binoculars to his eyes, focusing the lenses directly on the driver's side window of the ice cream truck. What he saw made him gasp in pure horror. The strange man with the pointed nose and the scraggly beard was sitting in the driver's seat, and he was holding a pair of heavy black binoculars of his own, pointed directly at the guest bedroom window where the student was standing. They were looking directly at each other through binoculars. The moment the man realized he had been spotted, he immediately dropped his binoculars, turned the key in the ignition, put the truck in drive, and sped away down the street. Trembling, the student immediately called 911. He explained to the dispatcher that an ice cream truck had been circling his neighborhood all day, that the driver had followed him home, and that the man had been using binoculars to spy on his house. The dispatcher was calm and professional. She told him that they would send a patrol car to keep an eye on the neighborhood. She noted that an ice cream truck was a very distinctive vehicle, so it shouldn't be hard to spot if it returned. When his parents came home later that evening, he told them the entire story. They were concerned, but they also tried to reassure him. They figured the guy was just a strange transient who had moved on after being caught. They told him not to worry about it anymore. He managed to calm down, and because he was exhausted from the stress of the day, he fell asleep quickly. But sometime in the middle of the night, he woke up suddenly. He didn't know why. He reached over, grabbed his phone, and saw that the time was just after 3 in the morning. He lay there in the dark, silent room, listening, and then he heard it. It was a very faint, tinny sound. It was so quiet that at first he thought his mind was playing tricks on him. But as he focused, his blood ran cold. It was the classic, distorted jingle of an ice cream truck. Before he could process what was happening, a soft, sharp sound clicked against the glass of his bedroom window. Tap, tap. Someone was throwing small rocks at his window. He sat frozen in his bed, staring at the wall. The combination of the faint, creepy music and the tapping on his window was like something out of a horror movie. He wanted to scream, to run, but his body refused to move. Finally, using every ounce of willpower he had, he crept out of bed and walked toward the window. He stood to the side of the frame, took a deep breath, and in one swift motion pulled the curtain aside. Standing in the middle of his dark front yard, bathed in the pale moonlight, was the man with the pointed nose. He was staring directly up at the window. But he wasn't alone. Standing on either side of the man, holding his hands, were 2 very small figures. They looked like young children, but because of the extreme darkness, he couldn't see their faces. They just stood there, motionless, staring up at the house. The student backed away from the window, his heart hammering in his chest. He ran down the hallway, woke his father up and told him what was happening. While his father grabbed a heavy flashlight and ran downstairs, the student dialed 911 again. His dad unlocked the front door and ran out onto the lawn, but by the time they got outside, the yard was completely empty. The man and the children had vanished into the shadows, and there was no sign of the ice cream truck. The police arrived shortly after and searched the area, but they found nothing. A few days later, the student's spring break ended, and he had to return to his college campus. He was terrified to leave his parents, but they promised to remain on high alert and keep all the doors and windows locked. For nearly a month, nothing else happened. He began to hope that the nightmare was finally over, but then his mother called him. She sounded completely devastated. She told him that a missing persons case had just gone public in their hometown. 2 6-year-old twin children, a boy and a girl, had disappeared from a neighborhood just 30 minutes away from their house. The moment his mother said those words, his mind flashed back to that night. He remembered the man standing in his front yard, holding the hands of 2 small, silent figures in the dark. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The children he had seen in his yard weren't just random kids. They were the missing twins. The absolute horror of the situation made him physically sick. He couldn't understand why a man who had kidnapped 2 young children would risk everything to follow a college student home, spy on his house for hours, and then show up in his yard in the middle of the night to throw rocks at his window. It was incredibly twisted and made no sense. The only explanation he could come up with was that the man was deeply disturbed and didn't think like a normal person. He had wanted to toy with him, to show him what he had done, knowing that the student wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. His mother contacted the police to report the connection, but they never heard anything back. He still thinks about those kids every single day, wondering if they are still out there somewhere, and the thought continues to haunt him. But if you think that story is unsettling, our final story tonight shows a completely different kind of nightmare. This is a story about how a total stranger can slowly and systematically dismantle your sense of reality and push you to the very edge of sanity. This happened to a man who worked as a sales associate for a BMW dealership. It was a highly competitive, high-stress job, and his weeks were always packed with client meetings, test drives, and endless paperwork. Because he worked on commission, his income depended entirely on his ability to close deals. This meant that even when he wasn't at the dealership, he was constantly working. He was answering emails, sending text messages, and most importantly, answering his phone. In his line of work, you could never ignore a call. If an unknown number called, it could be a wealthy client looking to buy a luxury vehicle or someone responding to an ad. So, he had a strict rule. He answered every single phone call, no matter what time it was. As you can imagine, this meant he received an incredibly high volume of spam and scam calls, but he had no choice. He just had to filter through them. One night, it was well after 10 o'clock. He was already in bed, winding down after a grueling 12-hour shift at the dealership. He was exhausted and looking forward to getting some sleep. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. He picked it up and looked at the screen. It was an unknown number, and it wasn't saved in his contacts. Normally, he would have answered it automatically, but because it was so late and he was so tired, he hesitated. He decided to let it go to voicemail. If it was a real client, they would leave a message, and he could deal with it in the morning. The phone stopped ringing. No voicemail notification appeared, but just 2 minutes later, the exact same number began to call again. He sighed, feeling a bit irritated, but he sat up in bed and swiped to answer. He cleared his throat and tried to use his professional, polite sales voice, just in case it was an important client. "Hello, this is his name. How can I help you?" At first, there was no response. All he could hear was a thick, heavy layer of static. It sounded like a bad radio connection, an uneven, fuzzy hiss that went up and down. He was just about to hang up, thinking it was a robocall, when he heard something else beneath the static. It was a voice. He pressed the phone tighter against his ear and listened closely. The voice was talking about the pricing of a specific BMW model, the availability of a certain color option, and the process of setting up a test drive for the upcoming weekend. He froze. His heart stopped. The voice on the line was his own. It was a perfect, crystal clear recording of a conversation he had had earlier that day with a client at the dealership. He could hear his exact inflections, his laugh, and the specific details he had shared about the car. It was unmistakably him. He was so shocked and confused that he didn't know what to do. Without saying a word, he slammed his thumb on the screen and hung up the phone. He sat there in the dark room, his phone in his hand, trying to process what had just happened. He wasn't panicking yet, but he felt an incredibly deep sense of unease. He tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe the client he had spoken to earlier had recorded the call for his own notes and had accidentally played it back while calling him. But that didn't make sense. Why would the client call from an unknown number late at night, and why would they play a static-filled recording without saying anything? It was a major stretch, but it was the only thing that kept him from spiraling into panic. The next morning, he decided to call the client from the recorded conversation back, just to clear his head. The client answered immediately and sounded completely normal, friendly, and eager to come in for his test drive. When the salesman gently brought up the strange call from the night before, the client was genuinely confused. He had no idea what the salesman was talking about and said he had been asleep by 9 p.m. The salesman believed him. He apologized for the confusion, hung up, and tried to focus on his work. The rest of the day went by smoothly. He met with several clients, went on test drives, and answered dozens of calls. He tried to put the incident out of his mind, telling himself it was just some weird technological glitch. But that night, at almost the exact same time, his phone rang again. It was another unknown number. It wasn't the same number as the night before, but it was similar. With a shaking hand, he answered it. The exact same thing happened. The thick, fuzzy static filled his ear, and then he heard his own voice. But this time, it was a completely different conversation. It was a recording of a call he had had that very afternoon with a completely different client. He hung up immediately. At this point, he knew this was no glitch. This was highly coordinated, deliberate, and personal. Someone was targeting him. And as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, he realized something even more disturbing. The recordings only featured his side of the conversations. He couldn't hear the clients' voices at all. It was just a one-sided recording of him talking. This meant that whoever was doing this wasn't intercepting his phone calls through some kind of digital hack. If they were tapping his phone, they would have recorded both sides of the conversation. The fact that only his voice was audible meant that someone had been physically close enough to him during the day to record him with a microphone, or they had somehow planted a recording device on his person, in his car, or in his office at the dealership. The thought that someone was constantly standing near him, watching him, and recording his every word without him knowing was absolutely terrifying. He barely slept that night. He kept tossing and turning, imagining that someone was hiding in his closet or looking through his window. Over the next week, his life turned into a living hell. Every single night, without fail, he would receive a call from a random, unknown number, and every single night, he would listen to a static-filled recording of himself speaking to clients from earlier that day. He started recording the calls on a separate device, thinking he might need the evidence. But the mental toll it was taking on him was devastating. He became incredibly paranoid. He couldn't relax for even a single second. Every few minutes, he would catch himself looking out the windows of his house, convinced that a figure was standing in the shadows of his yard, watching him. He started locking his front door with multiple locks. He left the lights on in every single room of his house at night because he was too terrified of the dark. At one point, he even dragged a heavy wooden chair across his bedroom floor and wedged it under the doorknob, just so no one could open the door while he was asleep. During the day, his behavior became even more erratic. Whenever his phone would ring at work, he would refuse to answer it inside the building. He would run out to the parking lot, get into his car, lock all the doors, and answer the call from there, where he could scan his surroundings in 360 degrees to make sure no one was close enough to record him. He looked like a crazy person, and he knew it, but he couldn't stop. Eventually, he decided to go to the police. He felt embarrassed and ridiculous explaining the situation, but he didn't know what else to do. He showed the officer his recordings, but the officer just sighed and shook his head. The officer explained that because there was no direct threat of violence, no blackmail, and no explicit harassment in the calls, there was very little the police could do. They couldn't trace the spoofed, burner phone numbers, and they couldn't launch an investigation over someone playing recordings of public business conversations. The salesman left the police station feeling completely abandoned and alone. But then, a few days later, the calls suddenly stopped. For 3 days, his phone remained quiet at night. Part of him wanted to celebrate, to believe that whoever was doing this had finally gotten bored or scared off by his constant vigilance. But instead of feeling relieved, the sudden silence actually made his paranoia worse. He felt like the stalker was just waiting, playing a game of cat and mouse, trying to make him let his guard down before striking again. He started to think about his mother. His mother was schizophrenic, and she had spent most of her life suffering from severe delusions, believing that the government and random strangers were constantly spying on her. He had always known that he was genetically predisposed to the condition, and now he was terrified that he was finally losing his mind, just like she had. He wondered if he was imagining the whole thing, if his brain was somehow fabricating these phone calls. But he had the physical recordings on his secondary device. They were real. In a desperate attempt to make it stop, he went through the massive, exhausting process of changing his personal phone number. It was a huge headache for his business, as he had to contact all of his current clients, update his online profiles, and change his contact information on all the dealership systems. He knew he would lose business because of it, but he didn't care. He just wanted his life back. For 4 days after changing his number, there was absolute silence. He began to sleep a little better. He started to think that the nightmare was finally over. But on the 5th night, he was sitting on his couch after a long day of work. His phone rang. He looked down at the screen. Unknown number. His hand shook as he swiped to answer. He pressed the phone to his ear, and the familiar, heavy static filled the receiver. Then, his own voice began to play. It was a recording of a call he had made just 2 hours prior, using his brand new, private phone number. That was the moment something inside him snapped. He realized that changing his number hadn't done anything. Whoever this person was, they had direct access to his life, his work, and his personal information. They were always there, watching, listening, and laughing at his attempts to escape. He didn't hang up this time. He didn't stay silent. He screamed into the phone, his voice cracking with pure desperation and rage. "I don't know who you are. I don't know why you are doing this to me. If you want money, just tell me. I have money. I will give you whatever you want. Just tell me what you want and leave me alone." He went even further. In his state of absolute panic and irrationality, he shouted his home address into the receiver. "Come to my house. Meet me. Let's get this over with. Just tell me what you want." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. The static seemed to fade slightly, and then, for the first time in an entire week, a real voice spoke back to him. The voice was heavily distorted, running through a deep metallic voice changer that made it impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. The voice said a single phrase, 11 o'clock, and then the line went dead. He stood in his living room, his phone in his hand, his breathing heavy. The time was currently 7 p.m. That meant he had exactly 4 hours. Looking back, he knows that what he did next was incredibly foolish and dangerous. He should have called the police immediately, or he should have packed a bag, gotten into his car, and driven to a hotel far away. But his mind was completely broken by the paranoia. He was no longer thinking like a rational human being. He walked up to his bedroom, opened his nightstand drawer, and pulled out his licensed handgun. He loaded the magazine, chambered a round, and walked back down to the kitchen. He sat down at the kitchen table, placed the loaded gun directly in front of him, and turned off all the lights in the house except for a single lamp in the corner of the room. And then he waited. For 4 hours, he sat in absolute silence, staring at the dark hallway, his hand resting near the cold steel of the gun. The thoughts that went through his head during those 4 hours were incredibly dark. He was on the very precipice of a complete mental breakdown. He felt like his entire life had led to this single terrifying moment. 10:30 came, then 10:45, then 10:55. His heart was beating so hard he could feel it in his throat. He stared at the front door, waiting for the doorknob to turn, waiting for a knock, waiting for the glass to shatter. 11 o'clock came and went. The minutes ticked by. 11:15, 11:30, midnight. No one showed up. The street outside remained completely quiet. The phone did not ring. He sat at that kitchen table for the entire night, unable to close his eyes, holding the gun in his hand until the sun began to rise over the horizon. And that was it. The stranger never showed up, and he never received another mysterious phone call again. The harassment simply stopped, just as suddenly as it had started. But even though the calls were over, the damage had already been done. His mental state was completely shattered. He couldn't return to work at the dealership. He was too terrified to speak to clients, too terrified to answer his phone, and convinced that every person he met was the stalker. He ended up taking a massive amount of time off work and entering intensive therapy to deal with the severe trauma and paranoia. It took him months of hard work and professional help to finally feel safe enough to sleep without a gun by his side. He ended up selling his house and moving to a completely different city, starting over with a new job and a new identity just to escape the memories of that terrifying week. To this day, he has absolutely no explanation for what happened to him. He doesn't know who was recording him, how they got his new phone number, or why they targeted him in the first place. He doesn't know if it was a coworker, a jealous competitor, a client, or just a random psychopath who enjoyed watching someone slide into madness. The lack of answers is a heavy burden that he still carries. He lives in constant fear that one day his phone will ring and he will hear his own voice on the other end of the line once again. It is a reminder that we are never truly in control, and that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are the ones we can't see, the ones who watch us from the shadows of our everyday lives. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. For about 3 years, a young man worked as an overnight security guard at a local shopping mall. In the beginning, the mall did not require an overnight guard because the area was quiet. However, vandalism became an issue, and the owners decided they needed someone on site during the dark hours. For the most part, his job was simple. He would spend his shift driving around the empty parking lot listening to his car radio. Occasionally, he would kick out some local skateboarders or investigate a suspicious person. But other than those minor occurrences, the job was quiet. That changed about 3 months into his employment. It was the middle of his shift, and he was driving his usual loop around the parking lot. As he looked at the mall, he noticed something unusual. A light was shining from inside one of the retail shops. This was surprising because the mall was locked up, and no one had snuck past him. He decided to investigate. He parked his car, unlocked the entrance, and walked inside. As he approached the shop, he listened closely, but there was only silence. When he reached the store, he saw that the security gate was still pulled down and locked tight. Only the shop owners had keys to those gates, which meant he could not do anything about the light. Figuring it was just a timer issue, he went back to his car. An hour passed with absolutely no activity. He continued his slow drive around the dark parking lot, but as he rounded the corner near the entrance again, he saw another light on inside. He went back into the mall, only to find the exact same scenario. The light inside a completely different shop was on, but the metal security gate was pulled down and locked. He even walked up and tugged on the gate to see if someone had heard him coming and hid. It was locked solid, but just as he turned around, he heard a distinct click from behind him. He spun around. The light in the first shop was now completely dark. He stared into the darkness, and he could swear he saw someone run behind the counter to hide. He had been working on only 3 hours of sleep over the past 48 hours, so he blamed it on his lack of sleep. He shined his flashlight into the dark shop, but saw nothing. He turned around to head back to the entrance, but then he heard another click. He looked back, and the light in the second shop was now off as well. But this time he saw someone standing right there in the darkness of the shop. He decided to call out, saying they could either leave with him right now, or they could leave with the police. The figure did not move. They just stood there silently, right next to the wall-mounted light switch. He walked toward the gate, aiming his flashlight directly at the switch. But when the beam hit the wall, there was no one there. He noticed a clothes rack standing very close to the switch, so he figured the light was just catching the clothes right and casting a shadow. He left the mall, feeling spooked, but over the next few months, the incident faded from his mind. About a year later, he experienced something even more bizarre. It was the dead of winter, and he was inside the mall checking the water pipes. Even though he was a security guard, the owners liked to save money by having him do basic maintenance checks. It was late, around 4 in the morning, and he went toward one of the bathrooms to use the toilet. Just as he approached, he heard a toilet flush inside. It startled him, but he figured someone was in there. When he walked inside, the bathroom was completely empty. These toilets were motion activated, so he checked every single stall to see if someone was hiding. They were vacant. He decided to use one of the stalls himself. As he sat there, he pulled out his phone and started watching a video to pass the time. Suddenly, he heard a strange tapping sound coming from the stall right next to him. He glanced down to his left, and his heart skipped a beat. There was a pair of shoes standing on the floor, with the toes pointed directly toward his stall. He slowly looked up, letting his eyes travel up the gap between the stalls, and then he froze. Standing in the next stall was the tallest man he had ever seen, leaning over the partition and staring straight down at him. The man had an intense, unblinking gaze. As soon as the man realized he had been spotted, he ducked back down out of sight. Terrified, the guard jumped up, kicked open the door to the neighboring stall, but there was no one inside. The only thing in the stall was a pair of empty shoes, sitting in the exact spot where he had seen them. He did not wait around. He ran out to his car, completely shaken, and went home after his shift. Our second story takes us to the infamous, abandoned Rolling Acres Mall in Akron, Ohio. A teenager and his friend, whom we will call Jake for privacy reasons, decided to explore the massive decaying structure. It was around 11 o'clock on a Wednesday night, and because they did not have school the following day, they thought it would be the perfect time for an adventure. They managed to find a door that had been jammed open by previous visitors and slipped inside. The interior of the mall was completely pitch black. For a few moments, they turned off their flashlights just to experience how dark it really was. They turned their lights back on and began exploring the lower level, eventually making their way up to the second floor by climbing up a broken escalator. As they walked along the upper level, shining their flashlights into the empty, closed-off stores, they heard a loud bang echo from further down the corridor. The teenager immediately panicked and asked Jake if he thought it could be security or the police patrolling the area. Jake doubted it, suggesting it was probably just other people exploring the place. Still, they decided to be safe and began walking in the opposite direction of the sound. They were right near the old J. store when they heard another loud bang, much closer this time. They immediately switched off their flashlights so they would not be spotted. Moving in total darkness, they did their best to put some distance between themselves and the noise, trying hard not to bump into walls or trip over anything. As they crept forward, the teenager heard a quiet whispering sound coming from just a few feet ahead of him. It was a muffled sound, and he assumed it was Jake trying to call him forward in the pitch blackness. He kept moving toward the sound. When he got close enough, he whispered into the dark, asking where they should go next. There was no answer. He reached out with his hand, feeling around in the dark, and his fingers brushed against a shoulder. But as he felt the fabric of the jacket, he realized it felt completely different from the smooth coat he knew Jake was wearing. He quickly switched his flashlight on, and what he saw made him scream in pure terror. The person he was holding onto was not Jake. It was a tall man wearing a beanie and a face mask. Before he could react, the man lunged forward, grabbed him, and put him into a tight headlock, starting to drag him backward into the darkness. The teenager struggled, but the man was too strong. Just then, Jake sprang out from the darkness and landed a clean punch right to the man's face. The blow stunned the attacker, causing him to loosen his grip just enough for the teenager to break free. Both boys did not hesitate. They turned and sprinted as fast as they could, back toward the broken door where they had entered. They burst out into the night air and kept running until they reached their car. Jake started the engine, slammed on the gas, and tore out of the abandoned parking lot. It was only then that they finally felt safe. Our final story took place in South Carolina, where another young person worked at a 24-hour general store located inside an active shopping mall. Even though the mall itself would close its doors to the public at 9:30 in the evening, the general store remained open all night long. Because of this setup, the store had two separate entrances. There was one entrance that connected directly to the inside of the mall, and a back door that customers could use to enter from the parking lot after hours. Every night at 9:30, the employee had to slide a metal gate closed to block off the store from the dark mall hallway. Because the store was quite small, the late night hours were usually very quiet and peaceful, with almost no customers. One night, during the middle of a shift, the metal gate was down, but the employee could still see clearly through the slats into the dimly lit corridor of the closed mall. The mall kept a few dim night lights on, so the security guards could monitor the cameras. As the employee was organizing the shelves and making sure everything was neat, a loud, metallic rattling sound broke the silence. He looked over at the metal gate and saw a man standing on the other side, holding onto the metal bars with both hands. The employee assumed it must be a security guard making his rounds, even though it was very rare to see them walking the floors at night. He walked over to the gate to ask if there was a problem. As he got closer, he realized this was definitely not a security guard. It was a strange man wearing a dirty black and white plaid shirt and baggy blue jeans. What was most disturbing was that he was just staring directly up at the ceiling. The employee asked again if something was wrong, but the man ignored him, shaking the gate while looking up. The employee did not know how to call security, so he decided to walk back to the register. He watched as the man backed away into the dark mall, walking backward with his head still tilted up toward the ceiling. A little while later, a customer entered through the back door. The employee was sweeping and could not see them, but when he returned to the register, he saw the man standing in the alcohol aisle, looking up. The employee bent down to put the broom away, but when he stood up, his heart stopped. The man was staring at him with a wide, terrifying smile. It was the same man, but his plaid shirt was gone. The two stood staring at each other. The employee, frozen in fear, managed to yell at the man to get out. The man did not move. Terrified, the employee ran to the back room, locked the door, and tried to call his manager, but she did not answer. As he sat there shaking, he heard a gentle tap at the door. He stayed locked inside for 5 minutes before finally stepping back out. Fortunately, the man was gone. The employee showed the camera footage to his manager, who was shocked. He quit a month later. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.